understanding of the evidence and procedures is you seal it to return it where you found it, basically. At the end of whatever the police do, they lock it up so that they're able to say, this is how we left it. That's why you take pictures of everything that you do. That's why you have a record of what was done, and then you close it up. And then beyond that, if anything is found to be amiss in there, you are able to say, here's our record of what we did and what we found, and when we locked it up, and here's the seal number. So what you're saying now goes contrary completely to those procedures. It means the police can arrive, and in fact, that's what it suggests here. You got there, opened it, did whatever you did, and you just leave it in the hands of the clearing agent, who could turn around and say, stuff was missing.
No, obviously he would have to confirm our inspection further, or our unpack of that container. And like I said, there were 5,395 bags. We would have made him sign some sort of something to confirm our unpack. I can't recall offhand, but I'm saying we would safeguard ourselves to ensure that he doesn't come back and say bags are missing or so.
The issue I'm taking with you is you saying we've done what we needed to do. It doesn't matter that we didn't seal it. Because remember, your evidence earlier was you were accepting that you did not seal it, or you may not have sealed it. And then you seek to justify that by saying it's actually of no consequence, and that it may not have been sealed. And I'm taking issue with that, but it is of consequence. It is worrying that you're sitting there and you're saying it's of no consequence.
Commissioner, I'll say the fact that he's the clearing agent, he was satisfied with the unpack, with all of the occurrences. So in my mind, there was no need, but it seems like we did seal it. But I hear what you're saying.
Is there no requirement that you should seal it? Because, you see, we have to distinguish your ways of doing things from the procedures, the protocols that are required of police officers when they do operations like this. We have to distinguish those. So if you say that's your way of doing it, and according to you it was of no consequence, it's a different subject for criticism, however we choose to criticize it. If you say the protocol doesn't require that I seal it back because it's of no consequence, we look at the protocol and confirm that indeed you're correct to say that, and maybe even comment finally whether that protocol needs to be amended or not. So I want to understand why you say what you say, that it doesn't matter. Is it because the protocol says it doesn't matter?
Commissioner, as far as I'm aware, when you break the seal, yes, the photos issue and all of that, there needs to be proper reference or documentation of photos taken. Also, before unpack of a container, meaning you've taken out the contraband, you've got the legitimate commodity there, that's a given that you seal that container, before any unpack or anything else happens to that container. As for when the clearing agent is there and you do a final unpack and realize that all is in order, I'm not aware of any obligation in terms of the protocol.
At GoDaddy, we know your website is the center of your online business. Help protect it from online threats with website security. Every GoDaddy plan comes with an SSL certificate that'll protect your customers' sensitive data, along with daily malware.
Sealing that.
No.
So it doesn't matter that the clearing agent is there. What matters is what are SAP's protocols.
Yes.
Right? That's really what matters. This was a police operation on the 1st of July. It was. When you went and opened there, at least we must assume for now that you were conducting a police operation on the 1st of July. You got there, you instructed that container be opened in the exercise of police function. That's why it's in your diary, right? There are rules about what you do. You record what you have done. You take pictures of what you found there. And then you close up and you record the serial number. That's what I'm suggesting to you, that you record and you take pictures, including pictures on a number of the seal that you have used to reseal the container, whether or not the agent is there.
Yes, I think I agree with you going
Thank
forward
you.
and ensure that.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I think it becomes a bit of an issue because, I'll put it differently. Warrant Officer Mpangase opened the inquiry file, correct?
Yes, correct.
And one of the very first documents in there is a statement provided by you, the unsigned statement.
Yes, correct.
And Warrant Officer Mpangase was the investigating officer for all of the 7 days before you came back, and you took the inquiry file back.
Correct.
We couldn't find in that inquiry file a statement. Your statement is there, but it doesn't appear that you took a statement from Warrant Officer Mpangase and Warrant Officer Sibia for purposes of the inquiry. Why is that? And there is no entry in the investigation diary that either of the statements was obtained from the two. You seem to have collected statements from almost everybody except those two. Why is that?
There's no particular reason, Commissioner. Generally, when you're preparing for court, when something is going to court, you would want many witnesses to corroborate certain facts, because obviously you want to prove your case in court. Yeah, this is an inquiry that's headed for filing, and like I say, it's deemed more of a recovery and a seizure than a full-blown investigation, seeing as there's no foreseeable prospect of any arrest. So I think that's the only simple answer I can give you, that I didn't bother to take witness statements who's basically going to say what I'm going to say, you know. So it should have been done, but I think I omitted. I didn't see that as something on my priority list. I took statements from all the other entities, the other role players, but had need be or should the need have arisen for me to take a statement, I would have.
We know that at Isipingo police station, when Warrant Officer Mpangase booked in the exhibits, he also booked in a DPCI inquiry number, right?
Correct.
And I take it, and I think somewhere it stated that he opened that inquiry docket.
I was not sure, but...
Is that not the effect?
sorry.
Is that not the effect?
I can't say if he opened it or he called somebody at the office to open it. You know,
Okay. In a sense that you didn't open it because you were back on leave?
Yes.
Okay. But we know it came into being on the 22nd of June, 2021.
Correct.
I'm trying to be most fair and say that was by Warrant Officer Mpangase. I'm not going to suggest somebody did it behind his back.
No, Commissioner,
Okay.
maybe I need to enlighten you on the
You
process.
keep elevating my position.
To enlighten you on how this process works.
Yes, please.
To register an inquiry, there's designated persons at the office, the person that does your CAS, your crime administration
Okay.
system. So they've got the power to register that inquiry. It's not every member that goes to a system that can register an inquiry.
I'm with you.
So lots of times if you're on the field, you'll phone that member at the office to register an inquiry so that you can have a reference number for
Okay.
your investigation.
And we know that our SAP 13 tells us that, because that's an entry by Warrant Officer Mpangase, at least he's the one who did it.
Yes.
And from that moment, you did indicate that he was the investigating officer until you took over on the 29th of June. Why is the A1 statement, the first statement in that inquiry file, not his? Because at the point you opened that inquiry file, he was the investigating officer. Why doesn't it kick off with his statement and awaits your statement after you have assumed responsibility for the inquiry?
I can't think of a reason, but you know the simple answer, Commissioner, is that some members don't like writing statements. I'm somebody that enjoys writing and drafts, so maybe that's got something to do with it. He should have filed a statement, but like I'm saying, in these cases, generally just an A1 will suffice because there's no need for so many corroboration or so many witnesses to corroborate what transpired because you're not going to court. So it's generally not done where three people say the same thing. It's only, we take statements normally in these cases from the different role players, just to give a complete overview of what transpired.
Okay. So as an investigating officer, Warrant Officer Mpangase, he's the investigating officer from the 22nd. He opens that inquiry file and absolutely nothing happens in that file until you come back after the 29th of June and then you subsequently file your undated statement. Is that the correct position?
You know, Commissioner, that statement that's undated and not signed, it's not like me. So I'm thinking maybe while I was on leave, I did a statement and emailed it to him. I'm not sure, but there wouldn't be a logical reason why I wouldn't sign my statement. So I probably sent it to him. Maybe he printed it and put it there, and I just neglected when I did get the inquiry file to ensure that it was signed and commissioned.
You are trying to give him some activity in the week that he was an investigating officer. It's rather a stretch, Colonel.
Can I, sorry, just on this, absolutely nothing happening until you come back from leave. And I would like to hear your comment on this. It looks like you came in from leave, led the operation, you left and went back to your leave, and then you came back and you took over from where you left off. And the impression that I have is Warrant Officer Mpangase was really holding for you. You never left this matter. And I want to give you one example why it looks that way to me, is you go back to leave on the 22nd. On the 23rd, you phone, I think it's Colonel Kuzwayo, of the FSL. So you are actively involved. You didn't leave it to Mpangase. Somewhere down the line in those days still, you talked to him about making sure that these things are entered in the SAP 13. So you continued to be active in this file, in this docket. So it's misleading, in fact, to say, I got involved only until 1 o'clock or whatever time on the 22nd, and I left them at Isipingo. And I left, and I had nothing to do with the rest of this matter. And then when I came back, he was leaving. Mpangase was going on retirement because everyone in the office knew that was going to happen. And for that reason, I took over. People took over his dockets, and I took this one over. It seems like it's an engineered set of circumstances that, in fact, the truth of it is this remained your matter even as you were on leave, as we see from your continued involvement when you are on leave. I would like to hear your comment about that. That's the impression I have, and that's my view at this point until you've explained it.
I can understand that, Commissioner. The simple answer is this. I'm a conscientious commander. It's a simple answer. There may have been no need for me to phone the FSL. There may have been no need for me to continue liaising with him whilst I'm on leave. But I felt that's my duty as a commander. Look at it, I had to ensure or remind him to put it in exhibit bags. I'm the one who called the lab, albeit that's in dispute, and found out how to get the ball rolling. All of this that I had done was to ensure that this investigation gains momentum, gets finalized. So, thank you.
The simple fact I'm making, you're actually confirming what I'm saying, that you never left this matter, because the impression you have given, or at least that I had gained, is that you were brought in and you gave an explanation why you told Commissioner Khumalo yesterday, in response to a direct question, why would you come out of leave to deal with this? You are on leave, anyone else could have dealt with it. You gave your explanation. I was excited. I've never been involved in a drug bust at a container. So and I love my job. That's why I went in. I didn't even claim my leave days after I had gone in. But I left because I continued to be on leave. And the proposition I'm making to you is, in fact, you never left. You continued to be involved in this matter even as you were on leave. You continued to be involved. You say you're conscientious because you're conscientious. Say, well, that's your reason for doing it. All I'm putting to you is the facts. The facts are, Mpangase was acting on your instructions to get exhibit bags, to put things in an SAP 13. You were directing him, do this, do that. Even though you say, I knew him to be an experienced officer who would know what to do. Well, we can see from what has happened that either he didn't know what to do or he was grossly negligent. But you were directing and telling him, do this, do that. But not only that, because you are conscientious, you phone Colonel Kumalo, you call the lab. So you're very busy in the period that you're on leave. So you never stepped off this case. You remained throughout. And Mpangase, and I'm saying to you, my impression is Warrant Officer Mpangase was holding fort for you and taking directions from you while you were on leave. That's the impression I have, and that's what I'm putting to you, it looks like.
Okay, Commissioner, that's the role of a commander, is to guide your members on the correct way to do things or to ensure that certain things are done. So that's what I did. And with regards to, I never knew I'm going to take this investigation. When I came back, I was caught off guard by Pangase. I was caught off guard. He reminded me he's going off. He doesn't want all of these dockets and inquiries. We can even do a check and see at that stage. It would have been around the same time. All of the dockets and inquiries that were allocated to him were now disseminated to others. So it wasn't this specific case. And the reason that this had come to me is generally the norm that where a member is involved in an operation, then you are the IO. Now the three options we had was myself, KG Sibia, and Pangase. Pangase is the one, I didn't go ask him, I want this investigation. He was the one that didn't want to handle it. When I came back from leave, I never issued an instruction that I want this inquiry. Thank you.
You're not disputing my putting to you the fact that even as you were on leave, you continued to be involved with this. You say because it's a duty of a commander to continue to give directions to their members. You say because you're a conscientious commander, you give your explanations why. I'm putting to you the fact that you continued to be involved. You give a justification for it. All I'm saying to you is the impression that you handed over to Mpangase and you left, and then you came back and he was about to retire and his files were being distributed and this one landed on your desk. It doesn't look like it was all fortuitous because you continued to be involved with this matter in your office. Beyond, other than Mpangase, you knew the most, you had the most involvement with this matter by the time he retired. You and him were the two people closely involved with this matter. Fact, right? That is a fact. Thank you.
Commissioner...
You can comment if you want to.
I think I was actively involved in the 2 days subsequent, or even the day of the operation, and possibly the next day, where I made those calls. Up until the 29th of June, when I returned to work, I had no further engagement or played any part. I told him what needed to be done, and that was it. It's only when I came back. So out of my leave days, it was the 1 day of the operation and 1 day after that I was actively involved. But other than that, I enjoyed my vacation leave, came back on the 29th, and now I find the situation that they're redistributing it, and this comes to me because I was actively involved in it. Thank you.
Chair, might this be an appropriate time for enlarged adjournment? Thank you.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2:10.
Thank you, Chair. And as we saw in the instruction note, what ought to have happened is an entry that it was being transferred to another unit.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And in this instance, you already knew what the unit was, so you should have entered, transferred to Port Shepstone, being transferred to Port Shepstone offices.
That would be correct.
Is it not a specialized unit, in other words, DPCI?
DPCI, that's correct. That's correct. Thank you, Commissioner. So We know, if one looks at the instruction note, that in any event, that process of transfer is not in compliance with the instruction, but at a minimum, this SAPS 13 should have recorded the correct position and not suggest that they're being taken for analysis.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Point. Shouldn't the entry have reflected that in accordance with the protocol, the 2016 protocol dealing with drugs, they are being taken to FSL in their entirety for analysis? That should have been the correct entry.
But you see, in this case, Commissioner, just because we knew that the lab was not going to accommodate it. Generally, when you book out exhibits that you know you're taking straight to the lab, those are generally smaller quantities of exhibits. This is the relevant entry. Items number so-and-so taken by myself for analysis to the FSL.
Yes.
Would be a correct terminology for when you are indeed conveying it to the lab.
No, forget about the absence of storage capacity. If it was a correct entry and they were being taken for analysis, it would be in accordance with the protocol.
If it was taken for analysis, yes, you are correct, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. And that leads to what was going to be my next question. If you could quickly turn to Exhibit CJC 231. 231. Please assist. It starts at page 81.
Okay, it must be now the file.
Advocate Silo,
Yes.
I don't know if I'm hindering you or helping you. The one in the same file where his statement is on 106, that's the one I was looking at. I'm not sure, it looks like it's the same document. But if it's quicker to go to a different file, then that's also okay.
Just a second, Commissioner, 231.
It's the same document.
The same
yeah.
document.
So the one in the statement file,
Yes.
it was on page 106 after tab 2. But if he's already there, it's fine.
It's
then we
there.
can-
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I would like to draw your attention or to ask you to please turn to page 87 of that protocol. I'm looking at subheading 5.8. From CJC 231, starting at page 81, I'm asking we go to page 87. You've located it,
I've
Ken.
got it, Commissioner.
I'm particularly interested in paragraph 5.8. The heading of 5.8 reads thus: submission of illicit drugs for forensic analysis. You see that?
Correct, yes.
And then at A, says the member from the investigating unit must ensure that all illicit drugs with the exception of cannabis plant material, which is visually identifiable, are submitted to the chemistry section of the Forensic Science Laboratory, FSL, within 7 days after it was handed in at the police station. Do you see that?
I see that.
For the moment, let's ignore the 7 days, the prescribed period. I'm interested in the requirement that for forensic analysis, all illicit drugs, with the exception of cannabis, must be submitted to FSL. Do you see that?
I see that, Commissioner.
You've always understood that to be the legal position.
I'm aware of that, Commissioner.
Now, when you instructed Warrant Officer Mpangase to take samples or shavings from the bricks to send to FSL, it was not in compliance with what is required here.
I think it's debatable, Commissioner. And maybe I can...
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list.
Yes,
Then I'm happy to accept it.
yes. It says the member from the investigating unit must ensure that all illicit drugs, and it says exception of cannabis and plant material, are submitted to the FSL within 7 days.
I said, let's not talk about the prescribed period. I accept there are challenges with that.
Oh, okay.
It is what must be delivered
Yes, it's...
that I want to engage you on.
Yes.
And here, the prescript says all, what you have must be submitted to FSL for forensic analysis. Now, I want to understand, when you instructed Warrant Officer Mpangase to take samples, I'll call them shavings, you said taking a bit from about 5 bricks.
Yes.
That doesn't seem to comply with this,
Prescript, yes. Okay.
yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay. I understand you said let's forget about the 7 days
Yes.
issue, right? Now, my thinking was this, and it's open for debate whether it was meant to be misleading or deceptive in any way, but this is my reasoning behind the samples issue. I knew these drugs, the lab could not accommodate them, FSL and Manzimtoti. I knew we were having a problem with the FSL at Pretoria because of the Sepingo exhibits that were lying there without being taken. So when I did call Colonel Kuzwayo for guidance, and I would think that was on the 23rd of June, she did guide me on a procedure to take samples, because my thinking was this is not going to get to the lab. I'm not sure when is it going to get to the lab. So I thought let's indeed send something to confirm that it is cocaine. And if it, at that stage, if Colonel Kuzwayo had told me, no, you're not allowed to take samples, we cannot assist you, and that's it. We won't even accept samples because you're not supposed to take samples in that fashion, I would have adhered to it. But I am saying I called her. She did explain the procedure to me. And I would think shortly thereafter, I would have called Warrant Officer Mpangase and given him guidance based on what Colonel Kuzwayo, the head of chemistry, had told me. So as much as I understand this, and I understand it to mean the entirety of the exhibits need to go to the FSL, I did what I did merely to get the ball rolling, merely to show some activity that these drugs are not just going to sit there. There is parallel to our investigation that I know is going to be headed nowhere. I wanted to get the ball rolling with the analysis part. Analysis, destruction, whatever, but I wanted that those drugs must not lie in storage for a lengthy period unnecessarily so. So I do agree with you. It speaks to the entirety of the drugs, and I'm hoping that my reasoning as to why I did what I did comes through. Thank you.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, you more or less had a sense of what the protocol requires, that all of them go. You were confronted with this challenge, and then you sought guidance from Colonel Kuzwayo.
That is correct.
That's in summary what you're testifying
That's correct,
to.
Commissioner.
And that you ended up taking these shavings from these bricks based on the advice you obtained from her.
I ended up guiding Pangase how to do so, Commissioner.
And exactly, and you are saying it's because you were so guided by her.
Yes, Commissioner.
My recollection, yeah, Commissioner, go ahead. Should I, please?
You called Colonel Kuzwayo on the 23rd.
I would think it's the 23rd. I was unsure, 22nd or 23rd, but since Pangase talks about, or there's some reflection of him taking samples on the 23rd, that's why I'm leaning more towards the 23rd.
Yes. These things at this point are not yet sealed. They are not yet in the SAP 13 of Port Shepstone. Somehow you knew that. That's why you advised him to do it. What is the agency? You're on leave at this point. What is the agency that propels you that the first step you take on the very next day is you're now asking about sampling, about taking samples to Amanzimtoti? You haven't, at least following the sequence of your statement, you haven't phoned Pretoria to tell you that we don't have storage, and you have not told us what exactly they said about whether they'll have storage anytime soon. But to come back to my question, maybe answer my question.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I was not under the impression that the exhibits were not packed in bags and entered in the 13. My understanding with Pangase is that as soon as they got to Port Shepstone, the exhibits would be put in bags, entered in the 13 at Port Shepstone, SAP 13, and then if they wish to book it out and store it at Port Shepstone, serious organized crime. That was the correct sequence to do things, seeing as how the initial step of Bisepingo fell off. Now it's gone there. The normal course of duties, this is how it would have transpired. It would have been taken to Port Shepstone, either at the station or at the unit. It would have been bagged in exhibit bags. It would be entered in a SAP 13 at Port Shepstone. And from there, Pangase could have booked it out, retrieved the samples, as I said, retrieved those samples, meaning book those bags in, book those bags out. And as Colonel Kuzwayo had explained to me, you can open a bag, make an incision on the brick, take out a minute quantity of powder, do that for 5 different bags and 5 different bricks. And then when you seal those torn exhibit bags or the brick, you seal the brick with tape again, a little bit of tape so it doesn't leak. You put the old exhibit bag together with this brick that you've now tampered with into a new exhibit bag. You seal that, and then you re-enter that, because now the chain has been a little bit lost. He ought to have re-entered that and also entered that one exhibit bag that now contains 5 smaller exhibit bags. That should have been entered in the SAP 13 as well, because now when I took it to the lab, I was not mindful that there's no record of it anywhere in any SAP 13. So that would have been the logical sequence of events, and hence I'm saying I guided him in that regard, thinking that all of this would have been done. But when I speak to him, then I hear from him that he hasn't even entered it in SAP 13, he hasn't put it in bags as yet, and that was contrary to my understanding with him on the 22nd of June.
So did I mishear your evidence? Because I thought your evidence was in the process of guiding him, among the things that you told him was to have those things sealed in the evidence bag and then to enter them in the SAP 13 as part of his guiding, you guiding him. But from what you're saying now, it sounds like he's the one that told you, I haven't done this and that, and then you said, do it, go ahead and do it. Can you just clarify what in fact happened?
When I did call him and tell him about the samples issue, but at that stage, I thought on the 22nd they would have done the bags issue and the SAP 13 at Port Shepstone, like I said. So this next step, to me, was the next best thing. A presumptive test doesn't hold up in court, and if the next best thing was to get it analyzed, just to show that indeed what we do have there is cocaine, because nobody would have known what it was had it just been lying there. So there was no malicious or there was no intent otherwise than just getting the ball rolling. And I thought these other prerequisites that come before you actually take a sample or send anything to the lab, meaning the booking in the SAP 13, the exhibit bags issue, booking it back out, taking those samples, booking that broken or the new exhibit bag in, booking that sample in. I thought by that time, when I'm giving him advice on how to take samples, the exhibits would have been entered in Port Shepstone 13, they'd been in bags, but it wasn't the case. That's why it turned out to be so upside down that there's no even record of the exhibit bag that I took to the FSL. And my instructions was to him to take it to the FSL, not for me.
Okay, I think with that last part, you have answered what was going to be my next question. You didn't give him advice to take the samples to the FSL. You instructed him.
Yes.
That's how you've expressed it there. Okay. So you're still on leave and you give instructions to an investigating officer. How is that? You're on leave. You have no record. You have no record anywhere as you are on leave that indicates you're on duty and you're giving instructions such as this. This is a big instruction. As it happens in this commission, it has become a matter of controversy whether that happened, whether you spoke to Kuzwayo or not, and did she give you guidance. But you're on leave, so obviously it's not recorded as you being on duty, and here you are giving instructions. Explain that. It's not advice, it's an instruction.
Yes. You know, Commissioner, we don't consider at any time I'm on leave, it's a weekend, I'm not working, it's after hours. Being on leave in our job, it accounts for, yes, it means you're not actively on duty, but it's not something that's set in stone that you're on leave now, you cut off all ties with your duties. You still have to, because I know I'm going back to the office, I'm going to have to, at some point, deal with whatever's happening. So I may as well ensure the process is running smoothly, even in my absence. And like I said, Commissioner, it was, I think, just for that first 2 days, that 23rd or 22nd, 23rd, I don't think 24th I've had any engagements, I'm not sure. But, yes.
No. Don't worry about the 24th and the rest of the days. I'm more interested in what capacity, when it comes to you are off, you're either on duty or you're not, even if it's for that limited purpose of giving instructions. And I'm interested to, I was merely demonstrating or seeking to demonstrate the point I made to you much earlier, that you actually continued to be involved actively in this matter. Your involvement did not end at Isipingo police station. It carried on. You say for just 1 day, well, you are the witness, will probably have to go with that it was just for 1 more day. And then you take up where you left off on the 29th, and as Ms. Silo showed you earlier, or put to you earlier, that in the intervening period, until you come back, Mpanga said that as investigating officer doesn't seem to do anything to do with this matter, including bagging these things, including putting them into the register. He doesn't seem to be doing any of that. All of it is done on your instruction. That's all I was pointing out to you, that, well, there's further evidence that you continue to be involved with this.
Okay. No, Commissioner, I think the only answer I can give to that, you get some conscientious workers that you know, as much as he's a seasoned detective, you know certain members you need to just give them a little push.
Do you accept that his handling of this doesn't reflect a seasoned officer who is used to dealing, he may well be, but this conduct to do with this operation doesn't reflect a seasoned police officer?
Yes, I can
Do you accept
concede
that?
that, yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you.
So just to add to that, the only thing Bangase really did was to follow your instructions.
Not even completely, Commissioner, because my instructions was for him to take the sample to the lab. So he did everything upside, like the SAP 13 he did the next day.
No, but in relation to the case,
Yes.
there's nothing independent that was his initiative. So the sealing of the bags, the taking of the samples, which is the sum total of what he did, those were all your instructions. He may not have
Done it
carried them out diligently, but all he did was obey your instructions, and he didn't independently do anything that an investigating officer handling a case should have done.
I would say with regards to the samples, Commissioner, I will agree with you. The exhibit bags was not really an instruction. It's a norm. You know, it's, I don't know how I can put this.
That part I understand.
Okay,
That
yes,
part I
no,
understand.
the next part, the samples was my instruction, yes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Sorry, can I just, if we're still talking about sampling, can I just ask this question? So when you speak to Warrant Officer Mpangase to take samples, what in fact do you say to him? There's 541 bricks of suspected cocaine at this point. You don't know for sure. That's why you want it to go for analysis. What in fact do you say to him he should do?
Like I said, it went something along the lines of what I'm going to say now, Commissioner. It was taking samples from 5 random bags, 5 bricks, you're going to cut that brick, make an incision on that brick, take a minute quantity of powder, place it in a small, you get a sample exhibit bag, a very small bag. Do that same exercise for 5 different bricks, and then you put it in one bigger exhibit bag, and then these samples now go to the lab for analysis.
Yes.
So that was as per the advice.
Okay. I asked the question because we had quite a detailed explanation from an analyst, and I think one can ask you this question because according to your statement, you have a BSc qualification, and I think you said you started off as an analyst, if I'm not mistaken.
Ballistics, not
Ballistics,
chemistry.
yes, sorry, you said ballistics. But by virtue of your qualification, and in fact, your position, or the work that you've done in SAN, as a member of SANEM, that we get this detailed account of how a sample would be picked, would be chosen, both in terms of the size of the sample, but also you are dealing with 541 bags, and Sitsedi explained to us what you would do. You would group them and pick randomly from each lot. Now, you say to him, so when I ask you, what did you say to him, what I'm trying to understand is, did you give him guidance? He doesn't have your qualification, and I think we've seen here that he's either terribly incompetent or deliberate in how he has done everything that he has touched in this operation. You leave it to him to pick. So as far as you're concerned, the sample could have come from the first 5 bags that were in front of him. There was no method that you gave to him. You just said randomly, pick randomly 5 bricks,
Yes.
and take a sample.
Yes, Commissioner, there's nothing more scientific or in-depth that I told him. That's it, Commissioner.
You didn't even say to him the size of the sample itself, how much powder from each brick. You did not.
I
Certainly
told him.
you haven't said that to us.
A small quantity.
You just said a small quantity. Okay. And because you were not there, you also don't know what exactly he did.
Yes.
You really don't know.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, the consolidated statements bundle, please.
Looking for a great car insurance deal? Look no further. For quality cover and affordable.
Okay, we are trying to get to, let me get the rank right. Kuzwayo, that will be, is it Kennel? Apologize if I get it wrong. Tab, you found it. Commissioners, at tab 5 of consolidated statements. On this matter, you say, we have spoken now about your request for sampling, request for guidance in order to analyze and then being advised to provide samples. You recall that? We just had that conversation.
Yes, yes, Commissioner.
At your paragraph 44, your statement, you then speak of the engagement you had with Warrant Officer Sitsedi of 27 October 2021. You remember that?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And where he then says, at your 45, according to you, he explained that he required 7 to 10 bricks of cocaine to weigh so that the analysis report could reference the average weight.
That's correct.
Okay, now that's how you remember the events. Now we've opened Mr. Teddy's, for lack of a better salutation, Ms. Kuzwayo's statement.
Sorry to do this to you. Are you moving to October now? I thought we were still dealing with the 23rd of June.
I was going to deal with them both. If you have something on 23rd, please do go ahead.
No, I'd rather leave it to you. If you haven't dealt with what I want to deal with, then I'll come back to it.
Okay. And Commissioner Kumalo has just reminded me I didn't deal with something, but because I've started this question, may I just complete it? I'll also double back to the 23rd. Please go to page 5 of Ms. Kuzwayo's statement. from paragraph 15. Are you there, Colonel?
I'm there, Commissioner.
If we could just quickly read, she says, where the crime scene is a non-cleaned lab scene, FSL is responsible for performing analysis on the exhibits. You agree with that?
I agree, Commissioner.
FSL does not attend the crime scene or the police station where the drugs are stored for safekeeping to collect samples, nor does FSL receive samples collected from DPCI or other investigating teams for analysis.
Yes, I see
Would you
that.
like to comment on that?
I would like to be desired. So I'm saying I know what Colonel Kuzwayo told me. I believe that thereafter she realized she made an error, that we are not supposed to take these samples, and maybe Colonel Songa reminded her, I'm not sure. But I'm saying to this commission, there would be no plausible reason, no reason whatsoever, even if I was planning on stealing drugs in a few months' time, there would be no reason for me to ask a member to take samples for analysis out of my own accord. There's no upside to it. You know, it's not done, so it's going to raise eyebrows. So the only reason I did what I did was because of my call to Colonel Kuzwayo and her advice to me.
Here's the upside. If it's worth stealing, then you need to know what quality is this product. Is it really cocaine?
Yes.
Because what's the point of stealing soap? You know,
Yes.
that's why analysis is important. If you know that it's cocaine and you know the quality, then it's worth stealing.
Okay, can I respond to that, Commissioner? Firstly, during the normal course of duties, our lab does not give us any indication in terms of purity, in terms of anything distinguishing on cocaine. When they put it through their machines, all they're checking for is cocaine, the active ingredient in this. So
Let me remind you, you said it's possible they can do that if you ask them.
if you do ask,
Yes.
yes, but in the normal course of duties, Commissioner, it's just going to tell you it's cocaine. But I'm going to give you advice on how to really check if it's a good quality, and if I was that way inclined, I'm going to tell you how it should have been done. Even if you take a small quantity of that powder and get a person on the street, a cocaine user, to test it, he's going to tell you whether it's a one-way. Then you get maybe somebody else who knows how to cook. They'll tell you whether it's two-way, you know. So other than the lab, there's quicker methods to have known the quality of that cocaine. So there would have been no need to send it to the lab for the lab, unless upon special request I'm asking them to check purity or anything of that nature, which wasn't done.
And remember, the allegation is that you wanted to handpick the analyst.
No. Okay.
Now, if you handpick the analyst, it means, and they said we don't allow that because then it means investigators can unduly influence the analyst.
Yes.
So that's where this whole thing comes
okay,
in.
I see.
I started Hello Prenup because I was working at a law firm and I was talking to potential prenup clients. And there were a couple different frustrations.
The reason I asked I spoke to Seth Shetty because we know him. I've been working with him for years, so this newfound fear is...
Can I do this? I was just giving you context
Okay,
and you understand it
I'm
because I
digressing.
don't
My
want you to
apologies.
get ahead of questions that are still coming. Yeah.
Noted,
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. And there's a response you gave to a question, and I thought we might use the next 30 seconds. You might as well educate us. What's one-way and two-way cocaine? If we are dealing with drugs, we might as well be slightly knowledgeable about
Okay.
it.
The one way is cocaine that's just purely for sniffing. Cocaine addicts that sniff cocaine, the powder. Two ways is cocaine that's also good for cooking into crack cocaine. And obviously, not obviously, your yield in terms of the amount of crack cocaine that you can cook with 1 kilogram of cocaine. When you've got two-way cocaine, you get a higher yield. It's better for the rock or crack cocaine addicts. They get a better high. So that's two-way. You can cook it and it can be used for sniffing. It's much more expensive commodity than one-way cocaine.
Okay. Thank you. I'll resist the temptation of saying I feel empowered. I hope you still have your protocol on the search, seizure, and handling of drugs.
Ought to be, yes, some, yeah.
Ah,
right.
is it
Yes.
still? I need you to turn to page 89. I understand that your engagement with FSL on the 27th of October was to seek an expedited destruction of the,
Whichever, just something to take those exhibits, whether
Yes.
it be this, yes,
Yes.
Commissioner.
so I now at 89 read 5.12, which stipulates that the detective commander must provide a written initial disposal instruction of the illicit drug at column 5 of the SAPS 13 register on page 6 of the case docket, Is there any written initial disposal instruction in this matter? How would the destruction that you desired happen without
Yes.
complying even with the very first step?
No, yes, I'm fully aware of this, Commissioner.
Yes.
I think the warrant officer said, Shady, the way he put it to the commission, it's not very clear as to what I was doing and how I intended to do it. When I did ask about disposal, destruction, that's just merely me finding out, is it possible? Can it be done? Then the next step, if they tell me, yes, we can dispose or we can destroy, every drug investigator knows about a SAP 83A. You cannot destroy without that. So my interaction with him was merely finding out, is it possible? And when he did give me advice, that's when he did point out, no, I'm not the analyst here, there's some other analyst. And I didn't even force the issue to find out who's the analyst because my engagement was with him. I had no interest in who the analyst was. My interest was merely to get these drugs off our hands, either to be disposed of, to be analyzed, but to be taken away from our custody.
When you say you asked him, is it possible, what were you asking him is possible to do?
Expedite. Yes.
To expedite what?
Okay, Commissioner, like I think I spoke a little about it initially, but every case follows the same life cycle. You've got exhibits, they need to be analyzed. The lab needs to give you a Section 212 analysis report confirming that it is drugs. If you've got a case that's going to court, then you don't complete the SAP 83A once you've got an analysis report. Then you let them keep those exhibits until the trial has completed, because the defense may ask to see those drugs. But once the trial is completed, then you complete this SAP 83A for them to destroy. You give them the result of your trial, all of that, and you ask them to destroy. That's a SAP 83A. That's in the normal course of things. But in the inquiries, when there's an inquiry, more especially of this rip-off nature, yes, as a formality, we're asking them for an analysis report so that we can tick that box that, yes, we've sent it for analysis. But if your exhibits have not gone for analysis and you've got them lying, or even if they've gone for analysis, but they haven't analyzed them yet, and then you realize, okay, my case is going nowhere, there's no suspect, then you can also complete that SAP 83A at that stage and hand it to the lab to ask them to destroy those exhibits. So that's how that procedure works. So when I was finding out about expediting analysis, destruction, disposal, whatever, basically I was trying to get the ball rolling that, can I get an analysis report from you guys? Okay, now that I've got my analysis report, let me file it in my inquiry. Then I'm going to give you all that 83A. Although the normal course of things, they would have already had custody of my exhibits. So this is a little bit of a tricky thing because I'm sitting with all of those exhibits in Port Shepstone. So it's a little bit of an anomaly, but still, whenever you want exhibits destroyed, you need an 83A. So when I say expedite, I mean expedite your analysis report, or if you tell me, no, we can destroy this place in Pretoria or bring it to us, we'll send it to Pretoria or to the Western Cape, I would have done so. So that was every engagement with me and the FSL was with a view of getting the ball rolling to analyze, destroy, dispose, whatever, but to get rid of those drugs.
The expediting or expedition that you were talking about was what? Of the analysis or of the destruction?
Whichever they were willing to do.
No, you had a discussion with Sitsedi. I want to know what discussion you had with
Yes, I asked him.
Sitsedi.
Firstly, because it was sent for analysis, that's why I inquired, can we expedite the analysis report?
Okay, all right.
Then another part of my conversation would have been, do you have place? Can we bring it here for destruction? And they didn't have place. So that's what my engagement with Sechedi was all about. There was no sinister motive. There was no reason for me to even know. I'm not sure exactly what his evidence was, but I didn't pursue this avenue of finding out exactly who the analyst is. He may have had that in the back of his mind. I'm not sure why, but that was never my intention.
Do you, as a matter of course, in your other matters that you have sent for analysis, do you ask the analyst to expedite? Is there not a process? And I ask you this in fairness to you, and you would have been listening to Sitsedi, that he has explained a process, that inquiries are not made to the analyst about the status of the analysis.
Yes.
Why do you ask him and not the front desk or their admin? How did you know he's the one responsible for this?
He was not the one responsible.
So
for
how
this.
could he give you an answer if you knew that he's not responsible for this analysis and he's not admin, so he can't give you the answer? Why is it him that you ask to expedite, whether they can expedite rather?
Okay. Warrant Officer Sechedi, I've known him, I think, since he joined the lab. We've worked on so many CAD lab scenes where it was even over 24 hours. We've been through the trenches together. We've got that relationship, or we had that relationship, where he's the one, like I said, manning the FSL call or standby phone. We've got that relationship. My inquiries were general inquiries. It wasn't me trying to pressurize him, hey, who's the analyst, or I want you to expedite. It was me.
I'm not saying that's what you were doing. I don't know why you're saying that. Just try and answer my question. My question to you is simply this. His Ken Lab, your sample has nothing to do with Ken Lab. Why do you pick him? You don't know that he's your analyst in this particular matter. He has described to us a process where if the police want to find out the status of the analysis of their samples, there's a process. They don't go to an analyst. And he gave us what sounds like good reason why you wouldn't go to an analyst, or you wouldn't even know. You go to admin, you're asked to produce, I think, a receipt which has a number, and something is looked up in the system, and you get told what happens. You have experience in these things. This is not your first referral to the FSL. Why you speak to him doesn't make sense and requires an explanation. It's not a general question. It's specific to a sample. You're not asking how does it work normally. You say, I have a sample in your lab. That's why you're talking to him. I have a sample in your lab. I need it to be expedited. That's what you say. So my question is, why are you speaking to this person who has absolutely nothing to do with your sample? Because he's not the allocated analyst. No one has told you he's the allocated analyst. To his Ken Lab, your sample is not a Ken Lab sample. Why are you speaking to him about this, about both the expediting and the destruction?
It was merely seeking advice from him, wanting to hear, how do I get this thing fast-tracked? It wasn't specific that I wanted him to handle it or wanted him to divulge anything. It was just merely general inquiries with a member of the FSL that I'm familiar with, I've worked with for years. In fact, most of my engagements when it came to the FSL was either with Colonel Songa or with Sechedi. So he was our go-to person. Even if you look at my phone records, he's the one I call most of the time. So for me, it was just somebody that I knew at the lab, and I asked him. There wasn't really any intention behind it. It was just merely seeking guidance. How do I get this thing fast-tracked? How do I get rid of it?
Can I, speaking for myself, I personally don't have issue with you sending samples to FSL because even if they didn't know in June that it was samples, certainly by the 27th of October, they knew it was samples. And they never said to you, because you gave us samples, there's nothing we can do with this, take them back. My issue with you has to do with the timeline. You being there, and by the way, between you and Setsedi, there's not much difference in terms of versions. He says he had worked with you in a seizure in Simbiti, and that was quite recent. He says that. Then he says you were there to see Captain Kubeka. And while you were there, you wanted advice from him. So he says that in his statement.
Yes.
And then he says, this is the nature of your inquiry. He lists it in 4 parts. You asked for advice on how to destroy exhibits. You asked if destroying exhibits would affect the case. And then you had a discussion about the record of the total mass of exhibits. And then the last one was, who can analyze your case of the analysis of the samples that were brought. So I don't have a problem with that, because although your versions differ slightly, you seem to say the same thing, you're saying it differently. My problem is, he says you told him that there were people who wanted to break into Port Shepstone to steal the drugs. And that was your reason for wanting the drugs to be destroyed.
Okay.
Now, how could you have known that there were people who wanted to come and steal the drugs at Port Shepstone?
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner. Upon my meeting with them, this one lately that Warrant Officer Sechedi alluded to, Commissioners, Colonel Songa was recording the conversation. So I'm sure she still has it. She was recording the conversation. So what I want to say is,
Let's help out. She says you deleted what you sent to her.
no, I'm saying that's not.
Actually, she said you have disappearing messages
She's
and whatever
got
you say.
disappearing.
And what, she's got your number.
Yes.
But she doesn't have anything because the stuff has disappeared, because apparently on your side you've done something.
Commissioner, I'm so glad you even asked that, Commissioner.
Colonel, I don't want you...
Sorry, I'm digressing.
I want you to think about 2 things.
Yes.
So my concern, as I said, was, how did you know that there were people who were going to break into Port Shepstone to steal the drugs? Now, that's the first question. If you want to go into the other, Colonel, and then the other issue, that should be the second issue, you can answer it.
Yes.
But deal first with
Yes.
your discussion with Setsedi, that the real reason why you wanted these exhibits destroyed. Because you didn't ask for that in September or in August. It was in October.
Yes.
And then a week later, 10 days later, the drugs are stolen.
Yes.
That's my biggest worry, that on the 27th, you say to him, there are people who want to break into the Port Shepstone facility to steal drugs.
Yes.
On the 8th of November, that actually happens.
Yes. Okay. Commissioner, it's laughable when I tell you the right story, but it's impacted my life so badly that I don't find it funny, but others did laugh. I went there after Brigadier Newswa had told me there's an attempted break-in at Port Shepstone. When I saw Warrant Officer Sechedi, I relayed the exact same thing to him. Brigadier Newswa told me there's an attempted break-in at Port Shepstone. That's why I'm asking you about getting rid of these drugs. There was an attempted break-in. I'm just going to play devil's advocate here, Commissioner. How stupid would I be to go and tell a member of FSL, knowing I'm planning to steal drugs in a week's time, that people are planning to break in there? How would I possibly know that? So I'm saying this, Commissioner, and I know it's a bit far-fetched, but this is the only reason I can think of. It's far-fetched, but I want you to just hear me out, Commissioner. Warrant Officer Sechedi, when Lieutenant Colonel Sibia and I had arrived there to the FSL, just to meet with them, he's the one who told me that they were approached by this head office guys, and he made it known to me. He said so that they put him under pressure. They asked him, hey, where are my drugs? We want our drugs. He told me that. He said they put him under pressure. They asked him, where are our drugs? We want our drugs. So as we talk here, I said, but, and then you recall we had this conversation and I made it clear, and I know she was recording. I said, firstly, I'm not here to sway you or to change whatever statement you've given. I just want an understanding, because according to my statements and my notes and what I know, this is my discussion with you. But if you say...
Colonel, let me be rude and interrupt you. I don't usually do this. You are discussing other issues now, and you've left my question. And I know you have to catch a flight later today. So I don't want us to waste 30 minutes dealing with issues that I did not ask questions about.
In a nutshell, Commissioner, I'm saying I did not say that to him at all, that people are planning to break into Port Shepstone. Not at all.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. But I understand that your approach to FSL on the 27th was to remove the drugs from Port Shepstone because of the attempted break-in. Now you were truly worried for their safety.
That is correct.
And your solution to the problem was to destroy them.
Yes. Yes.
And this was 3.5 months since their seizure. And the basis for that decision is that you were not finding any suspects. It's 3.5 months, 4 months, reasonable to investigate and conclude on an operation of this nature and this magnitude?
I'll answer that in two parts.
Please.
These cases normally are even filed before that period.
So at which point do you stop looking for implicated persons or suspects associated with these drugs? Or you don't even bother anymore because it's rip-off?
No, the investigation was headed nowhere, but statements were taken. Whatever investigation could be done had been done.
In
so
3 months.
There was nothing further that we could do to find a suspect or to link a suspect to this case.
In that case, why did you not ask your commander to do the necessary administrative processes for a destruction?
Okay.
Why did you not?
Good question, Commissioner. They can't destroy until they have your exhibit. That's how it works. The lab has to be in possession of your exhibits when you submit that SAP 83A.
So you would have taken them to the lab for destruction. That's the simple answer. That
Yes,
you would have a destruction notice, and you would take the whole consignment to the lab for the purpose of destruction.
And I think it's been established, Commissioner, the lab could not even house that thing we could not take it there. They were not accepting it. Whether it be for destruction, disposal, analysis, they were not taking these exhibits. Bottom line, the lab could not take it either for analysis or destruction.
No, but you never made a request for a destruction. You certainly have not testified, and we don't have anywhere in your statements, other than your discussion with Sitsedi, which was a general discussion, you say. Nowhere was a request made to at least remind me if I'm wrong in my recollection of the evidence. Nowhere is it your evidence that you requested, a request was made to the lab to destroy these exhibits, and that request was refused.
Commissioner, once again, I'm going to say, you cannot destroy. How can I ask the lab to destroy exhibits that they don't have? Firstly, it's a matter of getting these exhibits to the lab. Then step 2 is a destruction or disposal. You don't just, if the lab can't house it, how are they going to destroy it?
Your answer then suggests that the only destiny for these drugs was they were going to be stolen, because this lab was not going to have them because they don't have space. And Pretoria, you tell us, you even tried Pretoria, it doesn't have space. So these these drugs were never going to be destroyed by the lab. Even though you've done the investigation, you have finished, and their destiny was to be stolen. It actually turned out the way that it was going to be, on your account.
Commissioner, if there was a way I could magically make those drugs or destroy them on my own, or if there's any other thing further I could have done to destroy those drugs, maybe the commission can enlighten me what else I could have done, because I failed to see it.
Can't enlighten you. I'm just a civilian. You're the one with the experience in that space. You're the one that's sitting with these drugs. You're the one that makes the decision to retain them, even after you were told that there was an attempt to steal. You are at the very least, you are part of the decision to keep them there, even after you were told that there was an attempted break-in. You tell us that the lab could never take these because Amanzimtoti doesn't have the space. And really, I'm now testing what you're telling us, that according to you, what was going to be the fate of these drugs? Because you say the lab did not have capacity to take these drugs. They just don't have the space. And now you say they could never destroy them because they don't have the space to take them. So maybe you're the one that should enlighten me, at least. What was the ultimate fate of these drugs then? In your way of, the way you've looked at it and the way you're explaining it.
Okay. Commissioner, if I may use the example of the Isipingo Mandrax, that was also, it's not that much different to our scenario here at Port Shepstone. We're sitting with a whole consignment of drugs. The lab doesn't have space to accommodate it. So in that case, there was no analysis done. It's only 1 year, 9 months later, after the theft of this cocaine, that now FSL Pretoria says now we've got place, and miraculously they take those exhibits from February 2020. They take it now on the 12th of November 2021. And they also take those exhibits from Maiden Wharf from the 8th month. It's now 3 months down the line, and they take it on the 12th of November, which should be a clear indication that that's the time the lab realized there is a problem here. More drugs are going to get stolen, and it's going to point back to us. So I'm saying, if I use that Mandrax as an example, the similar procedure, the lab could not keep it, house it, but when eventually they took it, it went straight for destruction. So that's what my endeavors were, to take it for destruction, to do whatever.
Exactly my question, Colonel, that what you're explaining about the Mandrax, it went for destruction, not for storage. I'm asking exactly the same question. Why did you not ask your commander to issue a destruction notice so that these drugs go for destruction, not for keeping? And I don't hear your answer.
Okay. It's not up to us, Commissioner. It's not as simple as today we do a destruction notice and we take it for destruction. The lab has certain periods or intervals that they take drugs for destruction to a certain, I won't disclose the location, but there's an incinerator there. So it's not as simple as I just complete a 83A and tell them to dispose, and they say, okay, bring it up today. That's why I used the Mandrax example, Commissioner. The same story, we were trying to get it disposed of, and the lab only managed to do a disposal 1 year, 9 months.
No, let's come back to the cocaine. Let's come back to this cocaine. Can we agree you have never, except for your conversation with Sitsedi, you've never asked the lab to destroy these drugs, that you have drugs that you are keeping and you want them to be destroyed? There's never been that request to the lab.
I didn't do it in writing, but I did communicate with the FSL in Pretoria, and there was no destruction, no place to even house these exhibits.
You are dealing with Amanzimtoti, you're speaking to Sitsedi, you're speaking to Kuzwayo, they are closest to you. Can we just confine this discussion to that? You have never asked Amanzimtoti to destroy, to take these drugs for destruction. It's a yes or no answer. And if it's a no, you can say, I've asked them and here's proof that we did ask them. Because as matters stand now, all we have about a discussion on destruction, it's with the wrong person, Sitsedi. It's with that. So I'm asking you I'm asking you for a different person. I'm asking you to say, yes, we did, and this is how we did it with Amanzimtoti.
Commissioner, upon my engagements with Colonel Kuzwayo, she was fully aware of our issue with 541 kilos. Like I say, she's the one who guided me on how to take samples. So,
on the 23rd of June, you were already asking Colonel Kuzwayo about destruction.
No, she was aware, my point being, Commissioner, she was aware that the lab could not, the process, Commissioner, is not that they just destroy it. They need to house it first to destroy it. They need to accept it first to destroy it. FSL Toti does not destroy exhibits on their own. They have to liaise with Pretoria, we take it up. So my hands were tied. They have to accept it first before they destroy it, and they couldn't accept it.
But no, you can't say they couldn't accept it if you didn't ask. You can say, I assumed that because I know they don't have space, this is yet another case of an assumption. I'm asking you a direct question, and I think the answer to it is yes, you did not ask, but I would like you to tell me differently. My question to you is, apart from your discussion with Sitsedi, did you ask for a destruction of these exhibits that you are holding in Port Shepstone? Was such a request made to FSL Amanzi Mtoti?
I didn't do any formal written request, but with my engagements with Colonel Kuzwayo, she was aware of our
How many engagements did you have with Colonel Kuzwayo and when? You're going to have to be specific because right now we have only the 23rd, and it would be very curious, I think, to everybody that already on the 23rd you were talking destruction. So I want to suggest that you were not discussing destruction on that day. Otherwise, you have a lot of explaining to do why the day after the seizure you are talking about destruction. So your engagement with Kuzwayo must have been on other occasions. You haven't, at least I don't remember reading your statement, coming upon many discussions with Kuzwayo about destruction.
Okay, I don't know the exact dates or times, and like I say, I did try for my cell phone records, but I would have asked her maybe in a month or two down the line. And she was aware, like I say, and it was telephonic communications. It wasn't something formalized where we send them emails. It was all done over the phone.
But that's not how you ask for distractions, right? You've explained to us that a notice is prepared by your commander, a distraction notice is signed off by your commander, and then that gets served on the FSL.
Yes, but once again, Commissioner, I'm saying, completing that SAP 83A does not guarantee you are getting to destroy your...
Yes, I'm not saying it guarantees, but at the very least what it would do, it would have given us a record that a request was made to FSL to destroy, and this is how they responded. They said they are not in a position to do this right now because they don't have capacity. It would give us that. Right now, we have your informal, you yourself call it informal. You have your alleged informal telephone discussion, undated telephone discussion with Colonel Kumalo that I asked whether they can do this. And by the way, you've also said it's your commander, it's not you, it's actually your unit commander who's got the power, whether they call you unit commander, to do that. So it's not your discussion to have. So whatever discussion you had with Colonel Kuzwayo, it doesn't count. I'm asking you about doing it by the book. The book says you do a notice or a release form, whatever that form is called. It is what is given to FSL. You didn't do that, right?
No, I'd still maintain, Commissioner, it doesn't work that way. The SAP 83A, only when the lab has possession of your exhibits, that's when they accept an 83A.
That's why I say to you, then these drugs, on your version, were destined to be stolen. Their fate was to be stolen because that lab doesn't have capacity for this quantity. And yet you are talking to them. You are asking informally, Kuzwayo, when will you destroy it? When you know they don't have capacity, according to you. You know they don't have capacity. But you keep, which doesn't make sense, that you know they don't have capacity. That's what you tell us. You know they don't have capacity, but you keep asking her, when are you going? Can you destroy, or however you framed it? You keep doing that. It doesn't add up, I'm sorry. It doesn't. You can comment if you want to.
No, I'll reserve my comment, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just a quick one on that score. How many laboratories, FSL laboratories are there countrywide? I think I'm aware of
I think
one.
there's three that I
Cape
know
Town.
of. Yes.
So you say there's three?
Nationally that I'm aware of.
No, there's should at least be four.
Okay, I know of three.
Yes,
Commissioner
there's
Chair.
Gauteng, there's Western Cape, KZN, Manzimtoti, and Gqeberha.
Okay, I know of the three. I missed out the last one, Chair.
And that's your area, okay. Did you reach out to Western Cape? Because now you are no longer looking for storage, you are looking for destruction.
Okay, no, I didn't, and I'm
Why
going to
not?
clarify why. What the lab had been doing is when Manzimtoti was inundated with the exhibits and the workload was too much, they would then refer cases, send up our cases that we had submitted here to either FSL Pretoria or to that, also there's a super lab in the Western Cape. Then when you inquired about your exhibits, they would tell you, okay, now it's sent to the Western Cape. So it's not, the onus is not on us to make contact with those labs. Our KZN lab was sending our exhibits to these labs because of their workload that they couldn't cope with. So it's not incumbent on us to contact those labs. This lab is aware of our problem.
I apologize for interrupting. It simply cannot be. That was not your testimony when you started. You said that you had been in contact with both Amazimtoti and Pretoria, and in Pretoria it was Captain Shole or somebody
Captain Shole,
to take this. So how do you say it's not incumbent upon you to contact other labs? You only do so through Amazimtoti. It can't be, can it?
The reason is I know Colonel Shole from Pretoria. In the Western Cape, I know nobody. So the formalized process is that our labs, either Pretoria or Manzimtoti, would be the one to send exhibits or even direct us. If they directed us to say, Western Cape's got a place for your disposal, you may take it there. That would have been okay.
So
But
technically you say you are sitting ducks unless Amazimtoti directs you. They don't have capacity. Unless they direct you, you can't move. Is that what you're suggesting? And if so, please tell the commissioners what prescript or instruction note or any document prescribes that you, DPCI nationally, cannot contact any FSL laboratory. I am thinking if you had problems with DPCI Manzimtoti, why don't you escalate the matter to DPCI national? Maybe they've got better access and command. I'm trying to understand this system that you now suggest is in place. What document tells you that you can't contact Pretoria directly for assistance unless you personally know somebody like Captain Shole? Is there a document like that?
I'm not aware of any document.
So where do you get that notion that you are precluded somehow from making that contact?
That's just the way the system is, Commissioner.
Which system is that?
That's the way the lab operates. There is a challenge at the lab, and unfortunately, it's impacting us, and now fingers are being pointed at us because of the lab's inadequacies.
Because my difficulty with that suggestion, and I'll tell you, is that we are getting very close to saying those drugs were stolen after an attempted break-in in October. They were stolen because Amazimtoti failed to get them off Colonel Jacob's hands. Colonel Jacob's hands. Is that where we are headed? We are now going to blame FSL Amazimtoti for this, for the eventual theft, because they couldn't store them, they couldn't take them for destruction, they couldn't do anything with them. And your hands were tied. Is that where we are getting to now?
My hands were tied, Commissioner.
Is that where so we are blaming Amazimtoti FSL?
I'm not blaming them. I'm saying they could not accommodate my.
And as a result, therefore, they had to stay idle until they were stolen.
That's it.
Okay. Now,
You know, sorry, Ms. Sim, sorry.
May we at this point just adjourn very briefly
Yes.
to discuss the kennels of
The logistics, yes.
logistical arrangements.
Thank you, Chair.
At ArmorMax, we believe protection should never limit how you live. We're ready to resume. Cell phones off, please. Thank you.
Yes, Mr.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the indulgence. We have sorted out our logistical challenges. We were still on the issue of your contention that you have no power to approach the other laboratories except the one in KZN, Amazimdoti. It's a notion that I cannot accept. You cannot direct me to any document that precludes you from making such contact, firstly. We have established that, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of interest, if you were faced with these challenges, did you escalate the problem to at least national level to say to, who was it at the time, General Libeya, I have a crisis, I have 541 kilograms of heroin under threat of being stolen. Amazimdoti has no capacity. I need to get them off my hands like yesterday. What stopped you from doing that?
Thank you, Commissioner. The fact that I was a lieutenant colonel in the police, there's protocol to follow. My immediate commander, or the provincial commander, is my person to direct all of my challenges to.
Yes.
And my provincial commander was fully aware of the status of the location, as well as the fact that those drugs needed to be moved from there.
And your commander in this instance is?
It would be Brigadier Nyuzwa.
Brigadier Nyuswa.
Yes.
Now, did you tell Brigadier Nyuswa to escalate it further? Because you remember the target is to get it to national.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have that conversation with Brigadier Nyuswa, or you thought it just sufficient to let him know and he will know what to do thereafter? What was your attitude?
Yes. I can't give you verbatim what I had told him, but we were on the same page. These drugs need to go, they need to be destroyed. He was fully aware of that. He was aware of my stance on those drugs.
No. Now what he needs to be aware of is that Amazimdoti, you have now this challenge with Amazimdoti, and as he knows, according to you, you can't send them to Pretoria because you still need to go through Amazimdoti or Western Cape or Gqeberha to destroy them, right? That's your position.
Yes.
Are you suggesting that was Brigadier Nyuswa's understanding as well? Your limitations about directing these drugs somewhere for immediate destruction?
Those were my challenges at my level, Commissioner.
And hence my question, why did you escalate your challenges?
Yes,
to Brigadier? What was his response to that? Sit and bear it out?
Yes. He didn't give me a response, but I made it known to him. He made it known to me those drugs are in danger. So I told him, you try what you can. I'm trying with the Manzimtoti because our exhibits are there.
Okay.
We forwarded our samples there. So it was his duty as a provincial commander. That's why hence his title, Provincial Commander.
Indeed.
I'm restricted to KZN, to Durban. I took it upon myself to liaise with the lab in Pretoria. But now we've got a provincial commander whose duty it is. Obviously, a brigadier's word will hold more importance, especially when communicating with influential people at the FSL, rather than a lieutenant colonel. In the police, there's protocol and procedure. I can't bypass my commander. He's the one at that level that's supposed to be taking those decisions and making those calls. There's another brigadier at FSL in Pretoria that's always very helpful. I can't contact her directly. I'm aware that Brigadier Nyuzwa was in contact with this specific brigadier. So I'm saying to the Commission that Brigadier Nyuzwa was well aware of the challenges, my frustrations with getting rid of these drugs in whichever way, by either disposal or analysis, not by theft. And
Now,
Sorry.
Yes.
Just from what you've said now about there's a brigadier in Pretoria, that Brigadier Nyusa would have been the correct person or the appropriate person in terms of authority to communicate with.
that is correct.
This person that you were speaking to, therefore, is junior to that brigadier, Shole. I think you say
is
it's Shole.
correct.
What is Shole in Pretoria? What does he do?
I can't tell you his exact designation, but I know he's one of the officers there that would normally tell us, yes, bring up for disposal, destruction, we've got place for you, send your exhibits here. So he was our liaison person with regards to anything FSL related in Pretoria.
He was not the final decision maker.
No. by no
So
means.
it's quite possible that had Brigadier Nyuswa spoken to his brigadier, the brigadier above Shole, that in fact these drugs may well have ended up in Pretoria. You cannot discount that.
I can't discount that,
Okay,
Commissioner.
thank you. So as matters stand, but for your telephone calls to Shole, we do not have a record of any communication from your people, and when I say your people, including you, Nyuswa, you, and General Sinona, we don't have any record of communication to to Pretoria FSL requesting that these exhibits should be transported there, whether for destruction or for storage until they were analyzed. We don't have a record of that.
I'm not aware of any such engagements at their level. with
You're not aware of
Pretoria.
that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And if I then may follow up, you accept that you are not aware of the engagement at that level. You didn't do anything in particular to ensure that that engagement is had by informing on your side your superiors. You didn't facilitate that engagement.
Commissioner, it's not upon me to facilitate such engagements with a senior officer and another senior officer.
Sorry.
I would think the brigadier at his level would know his duties and functions.
Yes.
And know that when matters reach a level where it's it's escalated to a level that somewhat middle management or junior officer cannot engage with senior counterparts. That's how the police works. So he would have known that obviously his engagements on his level with other senior officers at the FSL would have carried more weight than my menial engagements, phone calls to lieutenant colonels and full colonels.
Okay. So, if I understand your testimony correctly, we are now at a point where the fact that those drugs were eventually stolen, first, Amazimtoti FSL contributed to that outcome, and now Brigadier Nyuswa contributed to that outcome by failing to deal with the crisis that you were faced with at the time when you escalated this problem. Is that a fair summary?
I would say so, Commissioner.
Okay. Do you bear any blame for that eventual theft in any manner or form, as you look at it?
In no manner or form whatsoever, Commissioner.
Okay.
Can I just ask this, because it's not clear to me from your statement. Did you, in whatever discussions you had with Colonel Kuzwayo rather, did you ask to send the exhibits to the FSL? Or is it a case where you assumed, because you know that lab, you assumed or you knew that they would not have space?
My initial call, Commissioner, on the 22nd of June, like I indicated in my statement, was twofold. Whether she could send members out to take a sample and whether they did have storage place. So Colonel Kuzwayo was fully aware of my predicament of wanting to store or her to accept those drugs at Amazimtoti.
I've looked at your statement, and I'm looking at it quite quickly again. Nowhere, and I do apologize if there's any way that you say this, and you can point me to that. Nowhere in your statement where you discuss your discussion or your engagement with Colonel Kuzwayo rather, nowhere does it record that you asked her to take the exhibits.
It is in my statement. If the evidence leader can just refresh my memory as to where it is. I'm looking for,
Sorry, the statement before the commission or previous statements? Which one do you
it
want?
would be one of those statements furnished to General Flynn's team. Maybe my last holistic statement that's
Oh,
very
not
detailed.
Not the commission
Not
statement?
the
you mean?
commission statement.
No, not that.
Okay.
Okay.
You may continue, I'll try and locate it.
Okay, yes, that's fine. I will come back to it if depending on the answer. You can proceed, Ms. Sillo.
Thank you, Commissioner. In the meantime, the search for that particular statement you want will be undertaken. Now, we're considering who could potentially be held responsible for the eventual theft. Now, the list as we have it so far is Amazimtoti FSL for failing to take the drugs when you needed them to be stored and or needed them to be destructed. The second is Brigadier Nyuswa, your immediate superior, who failed to escalate the matter and deal with it as a superior, including but not limited to bringing it to the attention of the DPCI National Office that they have a crisis down in Durban regarding 541 kilograms of heroin that needs to be destroyed, but there is no movement. So that will be on Brigadier Nyuswa, if I understand your testimony. You indicated that you don't think you bear any responsibility whatsoever. And by responsibility, I'm not suggesting for a second that you stole the drugs, no. It is responsibility in the context of whether or not there were steps you could have taken to ensure that they're not stolen. It's in that context. I'm
Yes,
just explaining.
yes,
Now, in that context then, you recall, we settled in the morning that when you approached Brigadier Nyuswa for storage, it was on the basis, you had claimed that you had exhausted all avenues, right? We've established that actually you hadn't. You just made assumptions at the time. You considered as much, correct?
Correct.
Now, was this not the moment then to exhaust those very avenues? For the first time now you said.
We had tasks in one app, docs in another, meetings somewhere else. It was complete chaos. Then we moved everything to ClickUp. And when we turned
Per your advice and or instruction, I require you to take steps alternatively to release my drugs, and I am going to find a more secure facility for them. Now I'm going to exhaust my options around all Durban police stations. Why couldn't you do that?
Commissioners, the decision to store initially, like I said, was Brigadier Nyuswa's. Thereafter, the Brigadier is the one who brought to my attention the security threat, let's call it that, the attempted break-in at Port Shepstone. Once again, it's the Brigadier who's informing me. If it was vice versa, if I was the one who had first-hand knowledge, who was informed initially about an attempted break-in at a location of my choosing, then I would have went to the Brigadier and said, I've chosen a place, it seems like this location is not safe. Please can you assist with regards to moving it to another location? Now in this case, it's a place of the Brigadier's choosing. The Brigadier is the one who informs me of the attempted break-in there. He's higher ranking, he's senior to me. He's the one that has more influence in terms of acquiring alternate storage places. So I didn't at all feel that it was incumbent upon me to do so. I felt that it was his duty.
Understood.
Maybe
then,
let me ask, sorry, Ms. Hill, let me ask you a question that I had meant to ask yesterday. Is it not the responsibility of an investigating officer to secure, to take responsibility for the security of their exhibits? How does it work?
Thank you, Commissioner. In the normal course of things, yes. Meaning if I had seized exhibits, done a drug bust, and I've got exhibits that I'm physically in possession of, I needed no outside intervention, nobody assisted me in finding alternate storage place. I think in a nutshell, I'm trying to say, Commissioner, is that it was the decision to be stored in Port Shepstone was taken between the General Sinona and Brigadier Newswa.
Yeah, you're not answering my question. My question is it not the responsibility of an investigating officer? Maybe let me ask it differently. Is it or is it not the responsibility of an investigating officer to secure their exhibits or to take responsibility for the security of their exhibits?
There's only one way I can answer that fully, and that's the way I was intending to, Commissioner, if you'll allow me.
Forget this case for a second. What happened with Sinona, with General Sinona and Brigadier Newswa, forget that for a second and answer my question with this operation out of your head. Is it or is it not the responsibility of an investigating officer to secure their exhibits?
Normally, yes.
Okay.
Yes, normally, Commissioner.
All right.
Will you allow me to expand on that?
Yes, you can.
In this case, it was an exceptional circumstance, meaning it was out of the course of our ordinary line of work. I needed intervention from my brigadier to find a spot. The brigadier is the one who found a place in Port Shepstone. My area of operation, my day-to-day duties involved the Durban and surrounding areas. Whatever challenges I have would be relayed to my brigadier. He's my immediate commander. So I'm saying the onus would fall upon him, on him. It was a place of his choosing. Yes, I'm the investigating officer. He's senior to me. He chose a place. Now there's a security threat. There's an attempted break-in. The onus would fall on him, although I'm the investigating officer, to find alternate storage.
You see, you made the original decision that these exhibits will go to Isipingo police station. That was your decision. You were in charge at that time.
Yes.
We've established you continue to be in charge. But in fact, Brigadier Newswa gets involved because you say, I now don't know what to do. You've searched. You tell him, I've run out of options. I don't know what to do. Help find me a place. That's what you're doing. So his intervention is to assist you get a place, not to take responsibility. It's because you invited him to assist you find a place. And he says they can go to Port Shepstone. That's all he does.
Yes.
And that to me doesn't mean or doesn't reflect that he's now responsible for those exhibits. Your answer, your earlier answer, and I think that's the correct position, and it has to be that you as the investigating officer who's going to appear in court, if ever there's a court, and testify about the chain of evidence, about what was contained, where, when, you are the one that has an interest in the security of those exhibits. And to say that someone that you brought in because you needed them to help you solve a problem of accommodation is now the one that makes decisions about where these exhibits go, it just does not sound correct.
Okay.
I don't think you're correct.
Okay, Commissioner, I'm going to maybe emphasize a little more on another avenue of that. The drugs were stored at Port Shepstone Serious Organized Crime Investigation Unit. There's a unit commander, or there was an acting unit commander, Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo. I was also a lieutenant colonel. Now, this is outside the Durban area. This is another Hawks or DPCI office that falls squarely under the responsibility of Brigadier Newswa, not myself. So even if I wanted to do anything with that location, it had to go via the Brigadier. Since it was his instruction, Colonel Prinsloo would only adhere to an instruction coming from Brigadier Newswa. It was not within my powers to make decisions regarding that without the intervention of the Brigadier.
What I have a difficulty with is, and I'm not suggesting that you should and you could have moved these drugs without reference again to your provincial commander, to Brigadier Newswa. I'm not suggesting that. But what I have a difficulty with is you washing your hands off responsibility of these exhibits once the decision was made that the safe place to keep them is the Port Shepstone DPCI offices. I have a difficulty with that. And keep in mind, and a further problem, or what contributes to my difficulty is, while these exhibits, which as you have answered, and I always responsible for and it has to be that and I always responsible for the security of their exhibits. In this entire process, everyone is coming in and out of Port Shepstone dealing with these exhibits. I know you say you don't know what happened, but everyone is dealing with these exhibits. They have a key, the key is sitting somewhere else. They go and collect the key, they're opening, they're taking stuff in, out, signing off. These are your exhibits. Something is deeply wrong if you say, I could do nothing about it, but I'm the investigating officer. Then I'm going to suggest to you that you chose not to do anything about it. The question is, why? Why would you be so happy to watch everybody running around, handling your exhibits? There's a report there was an attempted robbery or break-in. You do nothing about it. You don't even say to your brigadier, I would like them to be moved to another location. I've now found another location. You don't even do that. But these are your exhibits. So you either chose to do nothing about it, or you were derelict of your duty as an investigating officer, and we must blame you for the loss on that basis, or you were afraid to tell your bosses that I want my exhibits to move because I'm not happy here. And the question would be, is the why? You may comment if you want to.
Yes, Commissioner, it's difficult to engage your boss and tell him he's the one who told me about a break-in. Now, it's common cause that we would want to look for an alternate accommodation or storage for it. He's aware of that. He's got more influence, and I left it in his hands. And also, just to comment on the movement of members in and out of the safe and changing of keys. During that period, it was Warrant Officer Mpangase who was the investigating officer. I was still on leave. I returned on the 29th. So that whole engagements there, I was not really privy to, neither am I responsible for it. But thereafter, I do agree with you. And I will say it again. He's the senior person. He's a brigadier. It was a place of his choosing. He's aware of the security threat. Yes, I was also. And I would expect him to take it as seriously as I did. So the most I could do was to try and engage with the lab, to try and get the ball rolling, to get it out of there, which I tried. I was not in a position to find alternate storage place for it. It was there at Port Shepstone. It was taken there of his accord. I left the ball in his court. Maybe I should have been a little more forceful, but the police doesn't allow for that. It's taken as rude.
When he told you that there was an attempted break-in, did you say to him, maybe let's look for another place?
Commissioner, when he told me there's an attempted break-in, he didn't engage me on the level, whether they did break in, whether anything was taken. So I thought it's just some petty kind of somebody, broke a window or something of that nature. I didn't know the seriousness of it, and yes, what I did was just to try and engage with the lab to fast track. I did nothing further.
My question is, when he told you there was an attempted break-in, did you say to him, let's look at... Well, firstly, I'm worried that he tells you there was an attempted break-in and you didn't ask him what. These are your exhibits worth millions. He tells you there's a break-in, you tell us, I didn't ask him, I just assumed it was a broken window. Well, as it happens, the coincidence, if you like, is that the attempt was on a window. But on a more serious level, it's quite concerning that as an investigating officer, you say to us, I didn't ask him what. But that's not my question. I accept that's how you behaved on the day. My question is, when he told you there was an attempted burglary, did you say to him, perhaps let's find a new place?
No, I did not, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Colonel, I want to take you back to Advocate Silo's question. Sitting here, we have the benefit of hindsight. And I did not understand her question to be imputing foresight. I understood her question, and I could have understood it incorrectly. She will clarify. I understood her question to be along these lines. Looking back, do you accept any responsibility, not for the theft, for the loss? The fact that these drugs were in police custody, and it ties up with Commissioner Baloy's point. You were the investigating officer, and so many things went wrong here, and the police lost what we assume to be cocaine, valued between 200 million and 400 million. You saw Mpangase's statement, he said 243 million. I engaged you on it could be between 200 and 4, we don't really know, because no analysis was done. But you now have the benefit of hindsight. You've looked at all the statements, you've looked at everything that has been presented. Do you accept some responsibility for the fact that these drugs were lost or went missing?
In hindsight, yes, if I knew it was going to turn out like this, I would have really exhausted all avenues to phone, do whatever I could to try and move it from there. I can't tell you exactly what I would have done, but obviously if I knew that this was going to happen, I would have really put my mind to it and tried to achieve it.
I would take it a step further and say, even if you didn't know that these drugs were going to be stolen, just looking at how everything was done and knowing what the prescripts say and knowing that they were stored in an unsafe place, because I don't want another policeman to say, I will only accept responsibility when they are stolen, but if they are not stolen and we do wrong things, then that's fine. So I want you to look at this thing holistically and say, we got so many things wrong, and because we got so many things wrong, these drugs were lost. And that's how one looks at it.
Commissioner, I'll go as far as to say, because of the lack of storage place, it had to go to a location that turned out to be unsafe and which led to the theft of these drugs. So yes, I'll bear some responsibility, but I don't want to lie to this commission as though, it was because of me, or I'm not feeling that way. I took instructions from my brigadier, from a senior member in the police. He didn't ask me to store it at somebody's house or anything like that. It was a vault. Unfortunately, I didn't know about the security threat, so I'll say, yes, I'll shoulder some of the blame, responsibility. I could have taken maybe different actions to have a different desired outcome, but we have the benefit of hindsight now. And at that stage, I never suspected something of this nature would happen there, but yes, I will shoulder some of the blame, and I'll say that if I knew that something of this nature was going to happen, something so serious like all of these drugs getting stolen, I would have done everything that I could have done to try and move them out of there.
And lastly, you said something which bothered me when Commissioner Baloy was engaging you, that you and Warrant Officer Setsedi used to be close, you used to work together. You seem to have had a falling out because of this case. Warrant Officer Setsedi made a statement in January 2022, and it's in file 2, exhibit file 2 on page 639. And reading that statement, reading it with yours, and I speak for myself, I'm prepared to accept that the two of you had a discussion about 5 exhibits being tested and weighed, and if there was variation between those 5, only then will the total follow. So, to me, that's not a big deal because it seems like there was a discussion about a small number of bricks being looked at for the purposes of determining the total mass. And only if there are variations or if there's a big variation, then more exhibits will be needed. So I don't want you living here and saying he threw you under the bus. Yes, this part about 5 exhibits and others being needed is not in his new statement before the commission, but in his affidavit a few months after.
Looking for a great car insurance deal? Look no further. For quality cover and affordable premiums,
He says there was such a discussion. So I wanted to draw it to your attention. I don't want you to comment, but I don't want you living here thinking, but we did have this discussion. Why does he come to the commission and say it didn't happen? Because I accept this as his affidavit, and I read it the way I read it, and I will leave it there.
I'll just comment by saying thank you for that, Commissioner. It makes me feel a little better inside.
No, I just wanted to show you that there is that discussion about the mass and the fact that initially 5 exhibits will be weighed. If there's a big variation between those 5, then more will be needed for the purposes of determining the total mass. So such a discussion did happen and it is there. And we leave it at that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Can I, looking at the same statement, and maybe for completeness as well, in fairness to Setsedi, Warrant Officer Setsedi, in that same paragraph, he says, I responded by, you were asking about destroying the exhibits here. Yes. And he says, I responded by saying, if they are going to destroy the exhibits, where will the total mass of the whole exhibit come from? So it seems even from this discussion with you, he was concerned about all the exhibits being accounted for, that the lab being able to speak to the total mass.
Commissioner, you're saying he was concerned about it?
It seems.
I think I was more concerned about it, Commissioner. This was the only viable option, according to him, weighing the 7 to 10 bricks. But if he told me, like his evidence here, we don't take samples, bring everything, bring it here, I would have done so.
Yes. No. I'm saying, all I'm doing is I'm reading a part of that paragraph where you have had a discussion. Commissioner Khumalo refers to it to point out that Warrant Officer Setsedi does speak to you discussing samples. Okay. That's the point that Commissioner Khumalo is saying. And my only reference is to say, well, in the same paragraph, be mindful that he also says, when he asked about destruction, he asked if destroying the exhibits won't affect the case. That's what he says. I responded by saying, if they are going to destroy the exhibits, where will the total mass of the whole exhibit come from? You see where I'm reading?
Yes, I see. Commissioner, there's no way I would ask an analyst, when do I destroy, or what did he say? How can I destroy exhibits? I'm familiar, I've done this hundreds of times. There's no way I'm going to ask an analyst, how do I go about destroying exhibits?
That part of his statement, you're saying we must disbelieve it.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay.
That's why I say ignore how you guys frame this thing, because even your statement now before the commission in paragraph 44 and 45, you do say the concern was about the average weight of the total exhibits. Yes. So the total mass was the discussion, and you needed the average, and for that you needed a certain number of bricks. Only if there's a variation, then you need. But that has to do with the quantity for the purposes of destruction.
Yes.
Because any sample, if, let's say, for example, the 5 exhibit bags that were sent to FSL, if that is all that was discovered, and that constituted the entire bust, there would have been no difficulty with analyzing that. Yes. So the issue is not whether that small sample could be analyzed or not. The issue was, if you want to destroy, you need to know what the total is.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Commissioners. before I turn to my next question, I just want to be sure that I heard you correctly. I think in response to a question by Commissioner Kumalo, who premised his question on quote-unquote wisdom of hindsight. Now, looking back today, we are older, we are wiser. Your explanation was because of lack or absence of storage capacity, you stored at DPCI Port Shepstone offices. Is that correct? Did I hear correctly?
It's because of lack of storage place that I indicated to the brigadier that, yes.
So it's not because of lack of storage that they went to Port Shepstone. That's misleading. Because we established in the morning, there was storage at Maiden Wharf. So you can't even, wisdom of hindsight or otherwise, you can't sit here today and say there was no storage capacity in Durban. On the contrary, it has been demonstrated to you there was. With wisdom of hindsight, you realize now that there was capacity in Durban. You have to accept that. I don't think
Durban
we can
would
quibble.
have had capacity.
Yes. I just wanted to correct that lest there's a misunderstanding. My challenge on this issue of who is eventually responsible for the seized drugs is this. Earlier, you sought to persuade the commissioners that when Brigadier Nuswa instructed you, quote unquote, that's the word you used, to store them at DPCI Shepstone, he thereby assumed full legal responsibility for them. That was the position you held, and I think Commissioner Baloyi just re-engaged you on that issue, correct?
Yes, that's
All
correct.
right. My confusion then is when he tells you on the 27th, no, he tells you after the 27th of October that there was an attempted break-in. Why do you get yourself involved? Why don't you say, that's your baby, they're your drugs, you've taken responsibility for them. Why must you be going to FSL to try and facilitate or expedite their reaction, their destruction, unless you were just doing him a favor?
No, you are correct.
Oh.
I should have done so. It's a police culture. You very rarely question your superiors, but I should have done so.
No, here it's not about questioning. He told you about a crisis that had befallen them. There was an attempted break-in. Your reaction was to then involve yourself, it would sound, on exhibits that are no longer your responsibility, notwithstanding the fact that you're in the investigating officer. Why did you do all that? Because that is how you find yourself against FSL Amazim Toti as to who said what on what day and what was the content of the conversation, because you went to FSL Amazim Toti to chase up on drugs for which you had no responsibility, according to you?
Yes. Commissioner, it was the Brigadier's direct words, follow up with the lab, when he called me and informed me about the attempted break-in. Follow up with the lab to see what we can do to either dispose or destroy. He asked me to follow up with the lab, and that's what I did.
Did I see that in your statement? Oh, okay. So was that an instruction?
He didn't say I'm instructing you, but I took it as an instruction.
You know, the problem with your explanations about this is you are the investigating officer, and yet you present to us as if Nuswa was running this. That's the problem with this discussion about these exhibits where they are sitting, there's an attempted break-in, how you respond, or your absence of a response, actually, to the news that there was an attempted break-in. It's as if this is Brigadier Nuswa's show, and we will ask him that. So I think whatever answer you are giving to us on this, be assured that it's a matter that he will be engaged on, whether once he had come in to assist you, and I use the word assist because that's what you did, you called him to assist you, to find a place. Once you had called him to come and assist you, you then sort of washed your hands off it while it's still there. It's now Brigadier Nuswa's baby. Even when you hear that there's an attempted break-in, well, it's not my problem. It's the brigadier's problem. I do have a fundamental problem with accepting that that was your understanding, that what you're telling us is a true reflection of your understanding of that, your continued relationship with those exhibits.
Commissioner, once again, I'll say it in the normal course of things, if it was a small, normal exhibits that we handled, yes, I'm fully responsible as the investigating officer, fully responsible. This was an anomaly. It was a special circumstance. It was out of my control, or can I say it wasn't within my powers to acquire a suitable storage place. Although we've now established I hadn't exhausted all avenues, albeit, notwithstanding that, I'm saying once Brigadier Newswa made the decision to store in Port Shepstone, it moves away from the Durban area, it moves away from my control. He's a provincial commander. Yes, I do bear some sort of responsibility for those exhibits, but I can't do anything without his say-so. I can't go to Colonel Prinsloo and now just remove exhibits. The directive would have to come from a brigadier. And when he told me about the break-in, his words to me was follow up with the lab. So maybe I should have explicitly said it and said, okay, while I'm following up with the lab, Brigadier, you can try and acquire another place that's safer. Maybe I should have done that. But I'm still maintaining that if it was a normal course of things and it was a normal exhibits that we deal with, I've seized, it's an exhibit that's manageable, that I'm able to handle, yes, I will take full responsibility. It's outside now, it's so many 100 kilometers away from the Durban area. There's only so much influence I can exert on what happens to these exhibits, seeing as it's now at a unit, a Port Shepstone unit that's controlled by another lieutenant colonel who stored it there on directives of Brigadier Newswa. So yes, I won't wash my hands off completely, but I'll say I'm not totally responsible for the exhibits as I would have been had it been a normal bust with a normal amount of exhibits.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Colonel. Just a quick one to close on this. After the theft discovered on the 8th of November, were you ever involved in the issues regarding the burglary and theft itself?
When you say issues...
whether it is investigating what happened, or were you ever involved in any way regarding the burglary itself?
Other than going to that scene on the day when it happened,
yes,
with the Captain Majola and canvassing the area for CCTV footage and that type of thing, there was nothing further I had done.
You indicated, I think yesterday, that, was it Warrant Officer Sibia at the time was a very junior member who was not familiar with narcotics bursts, but you thought he was sufficiently knowledgeable that you brought him on this particular operation, do you recall? Are you aware that he instructed members at DPCI Port Shepstone to find information regarding the burglary after it occurred? Are you aware of that?
He instructed members, Commissioner. Huh? You say he instructed members?
I'll say instructed when he tells a member to initiate an information seeking exercise. I'm avoiding the word formal. I'm avoiding the formal word investigation. I want to find out if you are aware.
No, I'm not aware of that. Commissioner, can I just maybe expand? Yes. Although I said we did not investigate it, when I say that, it means officially we were not the investigating officers of the theft of drugs from Port Shepstone. Ultimately, head office took over that, which was foreseeable. Although we did not officially investigate it, yes, we tasked informers, we made inquiries, we did all of the necessary to see if those drugs pitched up somewhere in KZN.
Yes, indeed. This is investigations out there. Yes. What I'm referencing here is Warrant Officer, what's his name? Sibia. instructing another member to officially conduct that.
Okay,
That's not-
I wasn't aware of that.
So you didn't instruct him to do so?
No, Commissioner.
And in this respect, so that to give perspective, CJC 267, CJC 267, that will be at page 798.
Where is it here? I think it's on this one. Eh? What's there?
Page 798, Chair?
Yes.
You located it.
Got it.
Colonel, I don't know if you, you've seen this statement before, but it's by Detective Sergeant Morne Clayton Jones, stationed at Port Shepstone SAPS, attached to the detectives. You see that?
Commissioner, maybe I want to point out something. I hope
Yes,
I'm not being
please do.
forward. This is Brigadier Spear. It's not the Spear that we were referring to with regards to this investigation. This is a Brigadier.
Okay.
Yes.
Who is Brigadier Sibia?
Listen, our 798 is Jones. Is that
It is
what you
Jones?
said?
Yeah, Jones makes reference to a Spear.
Oh, I see.
Yes,
Commissioner.
that's a clarification he's giving. Who's Brigadier Sibia?
The Brigadier Spear I know is one of the commanders at Provincial Organized Crime,
Okay.
based at Provincial Building in Durban.
Okay, so there, you're quite right. He references him at the second paragraph, main paragraph, that on the after the break-in on the 8th, he was tasked by Brigadier Sibia to see if he could find any information regarding this break-in as the drugs, which were stolen, amounted to 200 million at paragraph 4. You see where I'm reading?
Yeah, paragraph 4.
Paragraph 4, first line.
Yes.
Says, I was then tasked by Brigadier Sibia to see if I could find out any information regarding the break-in, as the drugs which were stolen amounted to 200 million.
I see that.
Okay?
Yes.
And if you go over leaflet 799, the last sentence highlighted in yellow, on 18 November, I received a phone call from Brigadier Sibia, who informed me that I must take this dock at Port Shepstone, that cast number, and hand it over to Lieutenant General Mgabozi at our provincial office in Durban, which I did. The investigation of this case was then taken over by a provincial team. And the clarification you provide is that I should not confuse reference to Brigadier Sibia here as meaning the warrant officer Sibia, who I take that. Thank you for that clarity. And you say what Brigadier Sibia is at Durban
He's
provincial
at
office?
Provincial Organized Crime.
Okay.
And I use this opportunity
Yes.
because 2 pages later on 801, just so that it's on record. It's the investigation diary of the 22nd of June 2021. So you'll see further down, they say,
The new Honor 600 series.
they say it's 450,000 per kilogram.
Yes,
So
I see.
if you times that by 541, that's how you get to the 243 million.
Yes, Commissioner. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would like to move on to a different point very quickly. I hope we'll be able to deal with this. If we could go to, I'm looking for page 475. And that is CJC 239. CJC 239.
Yes, I've got it, Commissioner.
This would, is a letter dated 13 February. Kennel, I was saying that that document at page 475 is dated 13 February 2024, and it appears at the bottom to be from General Sinona.
Yes, Commissioner.
It is addressed to the Acting Provincial Commander, Serious Organized Crime Investigation Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, KwaZulu-Natal. Correct? Just for the record, who is or was the Acting Provincial Commander at the time?
I'm not sure why it says acting. As far as I know, during that period, it was still Brigadier Newswa. So I would think it was him, but I'm not sure why it says acting, or maybe if he was on leave, there was someone else in his place. So I'm unsure of that, Commissioner.
But in that period, Brigadier Newswa was the provincial commander.
He was.
This is regarding Warrant Officer Sander and his temporary placement to Provincial Support Services. And it reads, paragraph 1, a complaint was received on allegations of serious corruption against the above-mentioned member who is attached to the SANEB team at the Durban Serious Organized Crime Investigation. It has been decided that Warrant Officer Sander be placed on Provincial Support Services as from 13 February 2024, which is actually the date of the signature of that letter, until further notice, pending the outcome of this investigation. Kindly inform the member accordingly. First question, at this time, Warrant Officer Sander reported to you?
Yes, Commissioner.
When did you become aware of this transfer and how?
If I look at the date, it must have been on that date or 1 or 2 days afterward. I can't tell you offhand, but it would be there about the 13th of February 2024.
Okay. As his direct superior then, can you shed light on the allegations of this serious corruption allegation against him that led to this transfer? What was that investigation about?
Okay, firstly, I'll place on record, Commissioner, I was not the one handling the investigation. All I can tell you is second-hand information. It was allegations of dealing or selling drugs to nightclubs in the Florida Road area, and allegations of theft of cocaine.
Now, at the time he was transferred as his immediate superior, did you engage with the then provincial commander, Brigadier Newswa, or whether somebody was acting, and or Brigadier Sinona as to why a member of your team is being transferred? Did you engage with anyone about this?
Yes, I did engage with Brigadier Newswa.
And what was the extent and level of your engagement?
Just to ask him what's going on. You know, we heard this member is being temporarily placed at support services. And
were you, sorry.
Yes, and he informed us that there's allegations against him. Once the investigation is finalized, if he's cleared, he'll come back, but he's going to be moved there. Was
that the extent of your involvement in this transfer?
In his transfer?
No, in this investigation that led to this transfer.
I had no active role in this investigation. It was handled by a colonel from Port Shepstone office.
Active or passive, I want to understand whether you played no role. You are his boss, so to speak.
Yes.
And you're making it sound like General Sinona will sidestep you and begin to transfer members even under your command without resort to you. Is that how it works at SAPS DPCI?
Commissioner, I'll give you an example. I faced allegations of...
Now, we'll get to you. Let's stick to this one, Colonel. Thank you.
Yes, this was a directive. It was an instruction, not an engagement. This is an instruction that you comply with. But I did engage with Brigadier Newswa, and he gave me the gist of it. as to why this member is being moved.
Why is it only a gist when you are responsible for him, he reports to you directly? I would expect at least an engagement that would talk about the potential impact on your unit's work when suddenly there are transfers like this. I would expect a more meaningful engagement. Are you suggesting none was had with you?
Commissioner, the way these processes work.
No, Colonel, it's late in the day. You have a flight to catch on this matter.
Yes. I'm saying I don't have, this investigation goes to an objective party, not to a commander of the member. That's how the police works. It goes to an objective member who has no relationship with the member for further investigation.
Colonel, you are not talking generalities. I'm asking about this transfer
Yes.
and this investigation. Were you not engaged in a meaningful way?
No, I was
by
not
anyone?
engaged. No, not in a meaningful way. I was told this member is being moved, and these are the reasons.
And if evidence were to be produced that in fact you were an active part of this and it was not Brigadier Nyuso, what would your comment be? Or would you challenge such evidence to be put forward?
When you say an active part, Commissioner, what?
It was you actively engaging with Major General Sinona on this matter?
You know, like I said, the investigation went to a certain individual, a colonel. But during the course of my career or my engagements with the brigadier and the general, I won't go into detail, but it's not only this member. There were other members that allegations were made against, and we were asked just to activate informers and check if there's anything. But I can say with confidence, there's nothing damning, there's nothing that I had done in order to get this to happen, to ensure that he stays away. There's no action that I took that actually prejudiced the member. But if you get an instruction, okay, these are allegations, look into this. We've heard we've had allegations, look into this. You guys know Durban. That was merely my role. But with regards to investigating this matter and seeing if the allegations were true, it was incumbent upon another colonel from Port Shepstone.
Is your evidence that you only became aware of this after he was suspended or after he was placed elsewhere, of these allegations, or in fact the fact that he's being placed somewhere else?
You know, if I look at this date, I can't recall offhand whether my engagements were with Brigadier Nyuswa was when the member was transferred or prior. I can't recall exactly.
But you say that's your only involvement with this?
With this, yes, with this placement and the movement, yes. I'm going to go further to say, at some points, yes, I was asked to draft certain progress reports on things, but not with regards to this member here, not with regards to this member, on other investigations. But this, there was somebody else involved in it. I was not hands-on here.
You see, Warrant Officer Sanda said you were in the room when he was called in, and a document was waved around that there's this email which is making allegations against you. He says you were in that room when that happened.
Yes, it would only be proper, me as the unit commander, to be there.
Well, I thought your only involvement with this was when now you were asking what's happening with my member, and then Brigadier Nyuswa then says to you there are allegations against him. I thought that, in fact, not I thought, that's what you said. I'm putting to you that, but that's not true. That's not correct. That's all you got involved with. You were in the room when, according to him, you were in the room when he was called in and was told you are being placed elsewhere. You're going to be placed elsewhere because there are allegations against you. Is it true that you were in the room?
I can't even recall, Commissioner, honestly. It may have been the case. I can't recall it.
You don't recall?
I don't recall.
You don't dispute,
I don't dispute
when he says you were in the room?
It could be possible because it would only be proper that the unit commander be there.
Indeed.
Yes.
I would expect you to say, I must have been in the room, even if I don't have independent memory, because I'm his unit commander. Not to start with, my only engagement about this was with Nyuswa.
Yes, I concur.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Judging, I think, by my notes, that was my last question to the witness.
Is it about this?
No,
Still?
about his testimony to the commission.
No, I want to see if I can ask a question on this still, on
Oh,
this
no,
topic.
yes,
of
you can,
suspicion.
and I take back my words. There's still another question I forgot. I keep forgetting this particular question. Apologize.
Yes. So, Colonel, what Warrant Officer Sender testified to is that he then gets placed in, I think, supply chain or another place where he's placed. And nothing is said to him. He remains there until he's moved elsewhere. And he only finds out that this investigation, or supposed investigation, was closed, I think 4 months or 4 weeks later. I think he said 4 weeks after he was first moved. He found out because he asked someone at Port Shepstone, I think he said, and he was told, they looked it up and then they said, no, but this thing was closed 4 weeks after it was referred. Now, accepting that as what happened for purposes of my discussion with you, are you saying to us, you lose a member of long service with narcotics, an experienced member in your unit who reports to you directly? You don't know, you don't ask, when is this investigation ending? I'm one member short. I'm one experienced member short. You do not ask what's happening with this investigation. Is that what you're telling the Commission?
No, I'm not telling the Commission.
Yeah. What are you telling the Commission about on that score?
Okay. Maybe if I had to put it in perspective of how the police works when it comes to these things, right? Firstly, I was informed the member is under investigation. That is why he is being moved. I've got no say in that.
He's under investigation because you were in the room
Yes.
when he was told that an allegation has been made. So it's no longer, you and I have cleared that, in fact, your first account to us that you found out that he's under investigation because of engagement, because you were wondering what's happening with our member, where he is, that's not an accurate reflection of what happened. You were in the very room where he was told there are allegations against you. Okay? So you know, so let's move from this. You know your member, you were in the room when your member was told there are allegations against you. You become aware from that he gets placed elsewhere, right? My question accepts those two as a basis, and my question is, but he gets cleared. In fact, that investigation gets shut down. He finds out much later. I'm asking you about, once at any point you don't consider to ask, to check what's happening with my warrant officer, because I'm one person short. And I ask that question because I expect that a manager or a superior of an employee who has experience, who is part of a unit, which is now one person weaker, would have an interest in knowing where are things with this member of my team.
Commissioner, I was not aware the investigation was finalized within 4 days or 4 months or whatever he says. When I did get word from, I'm not sure whether it was the brigadier or the general, that there's nothing that's come out of this, it was my call. It was because of me. I'm the one who proposed. Now it's over. There's no reason to keep him at supply chain management. And that's when he came back to the unit.
When you found out, you didn't think to tell him whenever you inquired and you were told there's nothing to it. You didn't think that as his immediate superior, he's entitled to, it's only right, in fact, that he be told that that complaint or that allegation against you has in fact been found to have nothing to it and the investigation has been shut. You didn't think it was the appropriate thing to do and the right thing to do?
It was appropriate and I did so. That's how the member ended up back at the unit.
No, the member found out for himself. And he says to us, long after he had been moved around, long after he went and asked, And that's the only way. In fact, I asked him, did you ever get feedback on this, that this investigation, nothing has come of it? His answer was an emphatic no. I never received anything in writing except for this. I never received the allegations that were being investigated against me. I was told in a room that there's an email that came in. Never given, never shown that email in the room in which you were. I never received anything, any report, and it went quiet until eventually I asked, and that's how I found out that I've been cleared. So according to him, it didn't come from you.
No, according to me, it did come from me.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I just get clarity on Warrant Officer Sander? In June 2021, was he part of your team?
Yes, he was, Commissioner.
So you could have dispatched him to the depot on the day?
Yes, I could have.
Because we know that a month later in July, he was involved in the 999 kilogram bust.
Yes, Commissioner, you're correct.
And it goes back to tying up my earlier point that because you were on leave and there were capable members of your team who could have attended to the scene, it was not necessary for you to cut short your leave and become involved, especially knowing that even a day after you would need to go back on leave because your leave was only going to end at the end of the month.
You know, Commissioner, every policeman would like to boost his ego with a good bust. Carl Sanders had...
Let's not go back there. For all you knew, it was 5 kilograms.
But I'm saying a
for
container...
all you knew, it
but I'm
was
saying,
5 kilograms.
Commissioner, if you look at
For you
seizures,
to wake up and say, come and fetch me, I will attend the...
GoDaddy has the perfect hosting plan for any website. From low-cost shared hosting to your own
27 bags. When you got up and you said, come and fetch me, you didn't know that this was going to boost your ego. You did not know that this was a big bust. All you knew at that point is, at a depot, there's a container, and it might contain cocaine.
Yes.
So to say it was going to boost your ego and your decision was based on that, that cannot fly.
Commissioner, any container bust, even if you get, if you get 5 kilos, 5 kilos of cocaine is like 2 million, close to 2 million street value. It's not every day you get a bust like that. So even the fact that I highlighted, I went off from leave to attend a normal search, it doesn't really matter on the amount, the magnitude, but this, when I heard it's a container thing, yes, it will boost your ego to know that you've been part of a bust where, and most of the times in a container, you're not getting less than 10 kilos at least. So that was my reason.
Colonel, it all leaves one with the impression that you wanted to be there, you wanted to take control of the scene, you wanted to manage it the way you managed it, you wanted the drugs to go to a particular place, and we know what happened to the drugs.
Commissioner, I strongly disagree with that. You know, and I'm going to add something else, Commissioner, just to enlighten the Commission. Drug busts went on even in the absence of Carl Sanders, interdictions at the harbor. Not to shoot him down, but it's not the member himself that was prolific in terms of identifying containers or doing further investigations, and it's a matter of getting the information from your contact at Crime Intelligence. So he was not the be-all and end-all. We've got many competent...
No, I think the question is different now. I think Commissioner Kumalo is way past the question of why you came back from leave.
Like I said...
Now, I don't know. I thought so. Can you please respond to...
Okay. You know, Commissioner, if I had a history of being office-bound and I'm somebody that never goes out, somebody that never carries cases, even Sechedi will tell you, Clan Labs, I've identified Clan Labs, I love that action, I love investigation, I love being out on the field. So if I was somebody that normally didn't do it, and now all of a sudden I get this energy while I'm on leave to go start working, then I can agree with you, Commissioner, that it doesn't look good. But if you find out from even whoever, any colleagues that work with me. I'm that type of person. So I know your other witnesses appeared before the commission and things. We saw guys were office bound and they just went out. For me, that was totally not the case. I'm somebody, if you look at my history, my convictions, my clan labs, it speaks for itself. I may not be as articulate as some of our other members and able to promote myself such that the country sees me as a hero, but I've done what I needed to do, and okay, that's it. I won't say more, Commissioner.
You are actually very articulate. Did you hear me?
Say it again, Chair.
I'm saying you are actually very articulate.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Just made my day.
Thank you, Commissioner.
May I just
Absolutely.
follow up on Commissioner Khumalo? You chose Warrant Officer Sibia to be part of this operation. Why him? Maybe let me start there. You have other members in the unit.
Yes.
Why him?
When Pangase and I spoke, and then I think he walked around the office, he knew who was around. Then I asked him, check for anybody else. He told me, I'm not even sure what he said, but I told him, he's KG there. Because I think Carl Sanders was on leave at that time, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't think anybody else was around. I can't recall exactly, but KG Sibia and I, he worked under me at EPR as well. So we've got a close relationship. I get on well with the member. So that's the reason for it. There's no
Well, I ask you because in his statement, and remember the context in which we are asking these questions is because of these obvious anomalies that happened and resulting in the loss of these drugs and which in circumstances that really do not make sense. In his statement, he says he has no experience in these kind of operations. He's never done it. It's not part of what he does in his everyday job. He tells us in his statement what he does. So there is that curiosity of why would you have picked him? You are on leave, you are not in the office. You don't say to Mbanga, find someone else in the office. So I'm not even saying Sanders. I don't know if he was or was not on leave. I know he was on leave when the drugs got lost. So I'm not concerned so much about him. I'm concerned about you run a unit that has other members who do narcotics. Surely it's not just you and Bangase and Sanders, right?
Correct.
And you pick someone who doesn't do this in the normal course of their work, in fact, does not have any experience. It doesn't make sense that you would have picked him away from the office. It's not as if you're walking down the corridor and you saw him.
Okay.
You're sitting in your house and you pick him by name. That's a great curiosity in the circumstances of what happened eventually.
Okay. Commissioner, I'm going to disclose something in this commission that I initially chose not to. You know, we don't like to air our dirty laundry. I told you I was moved to commercial crime from 2018 to 2019 for 1 year. There were allegations against me. I was moved there till the investigation was finalized. It was over a year before I got back to the Saneb unit. And when I got back there, part of my problems of why I landed up in commercial crime was due to the fact that certain Saneb members and I were not seeing eye to eye, and allegations were made. I know some were fabricated. Not I know. They were fabricated against me because it was unfounded. So when I got back to organized crime, and when this opportunity came up, most of those Saneb members that were available, I've since mended my bridges. It's water under the bridge now. Honestly, most of those guys there and I were not on good terms. The tension was still there. So I saw fit now to choose guys that I knew we were friends. There was no issue between us. To choose guys of that standing so that now we can now ride on this high horse to say, hey, we've done a nice drug bust. It may sound silly. It may sound petty. I've disclosed this to, I think, the evidence leaders behind the scenes. I'm not sure whether it was Advocate Sello or Ngube. And I said I don't want to air dirty laundry. And that's the reason I made my choice of members of who I did choose. And I think the commission knows that maybe my choice in the end is something that worked against me, right? So I'm saying I made it because of that, because I was not getting on very well with some of those guys that were available, and that's why I chose who I chose. And to those at the office who wondered why I chose those members, I've disclosed it to them, because exactly what you're saying, Commissioner. I knew it, they will
So
wonder.
is Warrant Officer Mpangase, or was, because he's no longer there, the only SANEP member that you got along with at the time?
No. Like I said, I'm sure Carl was on leave, right? But maybe there was one or two others, maybe one or two. But
Yes,
Pangas,
and why did you not pick them? Because they have experience. You're taking somebody
yes,
who, on their own account, say, but this is not what I do every day. So you pick someone out of the environment,
yes.
of experience that you have. And it doesn't make sense unless you say, well, the only one I got along with was Mpangase, so I had to pick somebody else. And that's not what you're saying.
Yes. Commissioner, the role of any other member who I would have called was not that an in-depth role that you need to know drug investigations 100%.
Yeah, but it could have been a member who's pliable and who will tell a story that you tell. For example, you all say ORS and customs were there. It may well be. So it's not as if, don't proceed on the basis that it's common cause, that it wouldn't make a difference who you pick. An experienced member may well have told you, we cannot move these drugs from here at the harbor. So do not do it's of no consequence, because it is of consequence. So the answer of, they would have played a minimal role, no, that's not a good answer. Give an answer, why did you not pick an experienced member in your team that you get along with? Yes. I'm prepared to accept maybe pettiness, excuses, you not picking Sanders or the most experienced members in the team. I accept that and I don't quarrel with that. But you got along with others who are on duty, who it is their everyday job to do operations like this. You go and pick a junior, by your description, a very junior person who, according to you, it doesn't matter that they are there. It's not as if they're going to play a critical role. You choose to do that. That does require an explanation, especially in an operation that goes so horribly wrong, where you come in from leave, you go away, you remain involved in the matter, you come back, bad decisions are made throughout in the handling of these exhibits until they are stolen. You have to have a better answer about why this person who's ignorant about these operations, why him? It's suspicious, give a better answer.
Okay. Also, Commissioner, I can't tell you 100% who was available, but it was that time of the morning where members are out on investigation. So if Pangase had suggested another name of a member who I didn't have any tension with, I would have chosen them. There was no special reasoning behind my choosing of
you know, in your evidence, you have said to us, when your commander speaks, I can't contradict them. That's what you've said, and that's how you've excused your conduct and failure to act. You say, well, my commander has made a decision, has told me we are going to Port Shepstone, has not moved the drugs. That applies to you and Mpangase as well. You tell him, you don't ask him. You don't say, who's in the office? And then he gives you a list of names and then you pick from that. You actually name the person you want. So your answer has to be premised. The premise of your answer has to be, you made the choice. You told Mpangase who to approach. And on your view that you take about the authority of the words of your superior, of course he was going to follow your instruction, which is to find Sibiya. So don't blame Mpangase for anything to do with this choice. It's all on you, and you have to give a satisfactory explanation on these facts. On another day, it may not matter, but we are dealing with an operation that went horribly wrong. And so you have to explain all your decisions and satisfactorily explain your decisions, including why Sibia, who has nothing to do with the kind of work that you do, which is narcotics.
Okay. Commissioner, may I answer it with a practical case scenario? I'll give you an example of another operation and members that were used, or am I being, or is that me pointing fingers and you don't want to hear that? Can I give you, just to show you how things work?
If it enhances your answer about Sibia, why you chose Sibia, by all means, but if it's just to relate another case and it doesn't enhance the quality of your answer, don't, because it is of no value whatsoever.
It's fine, then I won't.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. The one question I kept forgetting. On the 22nd of June, as you say, till the 29th, you were on leave, 2021. And you've had engagement with the commissioners about your continued involvement in the inquiry after the drugs were taken to Port Shepstone, DPCI offices, you recall?
Yes.
I want to understand firstly, I guess, how does it work in SAP, so DPCI, KZN, when you are on leave, is no one appointed to act in your place?
There would have been a captain that was there.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, any challenges that Warrant Officer Mpangase experienced after he took over as an investigating officer, was it not appropriate to direct them to the person acting in your stead?
Yes, it would have been appropriate to do so.
And you seem to have allowed him not to do so, but to direct these queries to you and seek assistance from you. Was that appropriate?
I deemed it appropriate because I was there for the actual crime scene, but in the normal course of things, no, it would be prudent to let the acting commander take charge of that.
Indeed, because you are no longer responsible once somebody is appointed to act in your stead. You are supposed to wash your hands, quote unquote, of it. Otherwise, then you are interfering in their very acting appointment.
You know, Commissioner, I won't agree 100% with that. It happens all the time. You're on leave, you started a certain process, now you need to follow up. It's only you who can do it. So the leave doesn't really affect our managerial...
Can I stop you, because I think you might just create problems for yourself, and perhaps it's not necessary. I accept we are all tired now. I just want to put this proposition to you. The fact that it happens all the time doesn't make it right. Will you accept that?
I do.
Okay. I accept that it happens all the time in your case, in the DPCI, and maybe that is part of the problem. Nobody seems to comply with any applicable prescripts and protocols. So even acting appointments are affected and they're immediately undermined. That's what's coming across, and I don't know if that's the impression you want to create with the commissioners. That's what happens, but the impression that you are trying to create with the commissioners, that is quite in order.
No, I'm not trying to create
Okay. As an aside, I asked this question because I kept forgetting about it. I have another question more related to Warrant Officer Sander. But if I'd posed this one first, I would have once again forgotten my question about being on leave. Have you ever recommended Warrant Officer Sander for promotion?
I can't recall. No, I haven't.
No, are you sure?
I'm not sure. I'm not even sure. I can't. If you may have something, I can't recall. There's nothing very special or that I would remember. I'm sure I recommended other members as well. I'm not sure in what context, so maybe you can
I would expect you to have recommended other members. I think yesterday, at least the point you drove home is that you are a fairly small unit out in the DPCI KZN, right?
That's correct.
So if you have, and that unit hasn't grown much, you would know who you've recommended and who you haven't recommended. You wouldn't suggest you have recommended me out of 10 and you are the 10th in circumstances when you know you've never. It's not like you're recommending 100 people. So you know whether or not you recommended him.
I can't recall. It's different intakes, different phases of promotion, so I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
I'm
Commissioner,
referring
or
to the
anyone.
2020. Him with the comment that the member is suitable for promotion, signed by you on 17 November 2021. No recollection.
Okay, yes, now I recall. That's a part a commander recommends his member whether they're suitable or not for promotion. Yes, I did.
Yes.
Yes.
And he wasn't promoted.
Evidently so, Commissioner.
Do you know why?
I can't say why.
Okay. Did you ever assist him to get promoted to other positions, perhaps, or?
When you say assist him, Commissioner?
However, whether to establish why he wasn't promoted and if it's a training issue to ensure that he receives an appropriate training.
Commissioner, what I can say, I've never sat on a panel where he has appeared before me on a promotion
I'm not
panel.
asking as a panel member, I'm asking as somebody who reports to you,
Yes.
who sought your support, and you gave that support, and they are unsuccessful in that endeavor.
Yes.
What, you bury it there, you don't even interest
Yes,
yourself
we
to
bury
find
it
out
there,
why?
It's improper to now find out from a selection panel. It's not done. It's now that you are interfering.
You know that's not what I'm talking about. You find out from the person who sought support from you what went wrong. Was it the questioning? Was it the level of experience? You have that engagement and you say, we will try again. I never sent you to go ask the panel anything. Why would you be going there?
That's why I'm saying that the most I can do is recommend him and say that he's suitable for promotion. After that, if I'm not on a panel, it's out of my hands, Commissioner.
Oh, I thought you would be recommending him for promotion because it would enhance the capacity of your team. No, not necessarily. He was reporting to you at the time?
Yes, but I'm not sure where the promotion he applied for was, Commissioner. So,
I'll leave it there.
yes.
Chair and Commissioners, those are my questions. Thank you.
Yes. Colonel, just to clarify some aspects of your earlier evidence that I might have missed as you explained them. And it's on different topics. There are not more than 4. The first is when you got to Isipingo police station, you say something about the availability of evidence bags when you were there. Can you just repeat what it is that you're saying about the availability? What happened when you were there about the availability of bags?
Warrant Officer Perumal did not have the required size bags.
Okay.
That I can distinctly remember. He had no bags.
Okay.
Yes.
So there was nothing?
There was no bags.
Okay. Did you consider to phone, because I'm assuming you accept that these exhibits, soonest possible, they have to be bagged in evidence bags.
Yes.
You are at a police station where you are entering them into SAP, into the SAP 13. Did you not consider to phone other stations and inquire if they have evidence bags so that you can do this properly?
I did consider that. There's no real go-to person. You phone a station, then he'll refer you to an exhibit clerk. But just to let you know, we have done that before, Commissioner.
No, I'm asking about this operation.
Yes,
you are at Isipingo, because in your statement you don't say that you called around to find out if anyone has got these bags. We earlier looked at the instruction which says you go to the police station and this is what you do. So I'm asking my question in that context, that you are at a police station, you tell us that there were no evidence bags. There is a debate, there is a different version from Warrant Officer Perumal that this never even came up. But I'm happy for purpose of our discussion to go with your version, which is you asked him and he said he didn't have bags. The question is, well, to do things properly at that point, because now you are not rushing, you are in the precinct of a police station, you haven't said there was a risk of anything, we need to do this quickly. Why did you not phone around to request the right size evidence bags so that they are brought to you, or you be told we don't have? Why did you not do that?
I can't answer that, but maybe this will answer it a little. I was of the understanding with Pangase that when they get to Port Shepstone, the bagging can be done there, because by that time it was already entered. Yes, I did not make the decision. I've had experiences where guys run around and get 3 bags and 2 bags and 5 bags. So based on that, I didn't want to waste time. I said, okay, we've crossed that bridge now. We didn't put it in bags. We here at Isipingo, they don't have bags. They don't have space. So now my next step, okay, the brigadier has chosen Port Shepstone, and I discussed with Pangas, when you get to Port Shepstone, make sure you put it in bags, enter it in a 13 at Port Shepstone station.
You did that well knowing and understanding that you should be asking, you should be begging them at Isipingo.
Yes,
Before they are put onto anyone's vehicle and transported to Port Shepstone. You knew that you have to get evidence bags and bag them there at Isipingo as a matter of rule or law or regulation or instruction. They had to be bagged there.
Yes, that's correct.
You knew that.
But with no bags, that is why I took that decision.
We know there were no bags. We know that for a fact. So I'm not engaging about were they ever bagged or not. We know they were not bagged. So my discussion with you is different. It is about why did you not phone around? I think you explained earlier why it is important that they are bagged, right? You have explained the importance of it. And I'm asking you, important as it is, essential, in fact, as it is, why do you not phone around? Because you're not rushing anywhere at that point. There is no risk of attack. All the things that you said about moving from the depot, they are non-existent now that you are at Isipingo. So you have, if you like, the luxury of time to phone around and hopefully get the bags and do it properly. You did not do that. You did not do that.
I didn't do it. It's time consuming as well.
Yeah, but you can't, no, I think it's worse. I think, stop there. Do not say it's time consuming, because it gets worse with that explanation. You did not call around.
I did not.
Okay, and you accept you should have. National instruction requires you to bag these things there. You accept you should have found out if you can get the bags elsewhere before you transported them unbagged.
Yes, I concede.
Okay. In your, relating to that, in your statement, and here I want to understand the process, you arrived at Isipingo police station, you went into the police station to find the exhibit clerk. I think that's what you say. In your statement, you also say that when you got there, the members started offloading while you went in to find the exhibit clerk, right? Mm-hmm. So there's a window where you lost sight of these exhibits that are not bagged, that are not yet in an SAP 13. You lost sight of them at some point. There's a window, there has to be.
Yes, there was.
They started unloading them.
Yes.
You went inside.
Yes.
Right. So in that period, you did not have sight.
No, I did not.
So you wouldn't know if any of the exhibits may have been tampered with in that period. Or would you? And if you say, I would know, explain why you would know.
I wouldn't say I would have known exactly, but every operation you have to have some element of trust, Commissioner. There will be, at not every point in time, you can have your eyes on exhibits. So there is
I'm talking about this operation, and I'm going to say to you, if LCRC had been on the scene, there would have been eyes on that, right? While you go in, you would have waited. You should have waited. I want to suggest to you that you should not, as the leader of that operation, you should not have lost sight of these exhibits, and the proposition I'm making to you, and it has to be, you have to say, yes, I'm correct when I say to you, in the time that you left to go and find the exhibit clerk, anything could have happened with those, exhibits. You wouldn't know.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, so if Warrant Officer Sibia took a break, you wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know, no.
Yes, thank you. And then you also say in your statement, and you can correct me, and we are still at Isipingo. You also say we did the counting, so that you get the clerk, and now you're counting. Were the ORS people, where are they at that point? You say in your statement, and I want to tell you this so that I'm not tricking you, right? You say in your statement that they were present when the counting, you all did the counting. Am I correct in that reflection?
You know, when I say they were present, remember, Commissioner, it can't be 4 or 5 people that's counting at the same time. Yes, they were present. They were present enough to know when we inspected those bags, more or less how many was inside each bag. They didn't
What does
wait.
that mean? Just explain what you mean when you say they were present when we inspected those bags. What is that inspection that they were present for?
When we did offload those bags from their marked vehicle, Commissioner, we placed all of those bags on the ground. Those bags were opened. I'm not sure who was the first one that took out the bricks, but the bricks were offloaded and was laid there in piles. So I'm not sure how many bags were offloaded in their presence. It could have been all the bags that were offloaded in their presence. But maybe, I'm jumping ahead of myself. All of these bags were offloaded and the bricks were kept on the side of them.
So the bags offloaded, you include that the bricks were taken out of the bags?
That's correct.
And you say the ORS were still there?
They were there when we unpacked and counted 20, majority was 20. There was one bag, the 27th bag, that had 21. But the ORS guys, remember, Commissioner, they also need to make a report of how many we seized. So I see they did leave a little prematurely. But they knew the count of the bags, that it had 20 and one had 21. Maybe they didn't do the maths, but they knew there were 27 bags, and when we offloaded them, the 27th one had 21 bricks, all the rest had 20. That I can say with confidence. Maybe they were not there when we did the tally. By that time, they said they had to leave and conduct their other duties, but they were there when the bags were offloaded and the bricks were counted. Enough to say that there was 20 in each one, except for the 27th bag that had 21. I can say that with confidence.
You see, I think his warrant officer, Govender, says we arrived, we took the bags off the vehicle, and we left to go and do our job. So he doesn't say the same thing that you say.
I've got his statement, Commissioner.
Yes.
If you can look at the inquiry, I'm not sure where it would be, but
I'm going to try and help you find it because I also flagged it.
Whose statement are we looking for?
Looking for Governor.
Yes, if you look at file number 2, and under tab,
At 779, what's it, 7?
are you at 779?
Because, Commissioner, I just want to point out, this is not the statement I'm alluding to. I'm alluding to the statement that is filed in the inquiry and signed by Sergeant Govender.
Well, I'm looking at page 601, which is Govender, and it has his signature. It's on the 22nd of June, 2022. That's the one that I have read. If you've got another one that says what you're saying, then we can go there. In the last paragraph, it says, Colonel Jacob informed us that the exhibit must be transported to Isipingo subs. We then transported the 27 black bags.
I don't think the
Oh,
Colonel
he's not there yet. I'm so sorry.
has
Yes.
your attention.
Okay, Commissioner, I just want to point out, this is not the statement filed in my inquiry. Right?
Sorry,
This
say that
statement
again?
is obtained by somebody else. It's obtained by the team that were investigating the theft of these drugs. So
Yeah, but what's the significance of that?
the content is different. The content is different, because I did read this with some concern. But the content is different. If you look at the evidence leader-
Perhaps wait for Commissioner Baloyi's point.
Okay, sure.
Yes.
I think I know where she's headed, but you may go.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
You can refer to another statement if you want to, but
Not
this is,
another,
you
the
know,
statement that
yeah,
I
this is the
obtained.
statement that I'm referring to where he says, we offloaded them at the parking area and we left and drove back to continue with our duties. So on this statement at least, they didn't stay beyond taking your bags off their vehicle and then they left. You make them more present than what he's describing here. You say the bags were offloaded, we opened them and we took the bricks out and we were lining them up and they were still there.
Commissioner, once again, if you see who took the statement, when I started off leading my evidence and reading my statement, it's obtained by the team investigating this theft of drugs. To me, all of their statements are questionable. I think even if we call Sergeant Governor and show him the statement that I obtained from him, if he says otherwise, then I'll say, Commissioner, you have a point here. These statements, when they were taken from these individuals, I can't say specifically for Governor, but what I've noticed a trend, that all of these statements seem to follow a certain pattern where it's pointing fingers at certain individuals. I've got a statement filed in the docket that the same team investigating the theft of drugs from Port Shepstone are very familiar with. They've seen it, they have it. So you go take another statement that's contradicting what this individual said to me. And maybe for the record, we can read his statement out and compare it. But I'm not sure why I didn't have him under duress. I don't make him present when I'm opening the lock, so I'm not misleading in his statement. If you look at my statement, although initially, there was
No, you had made him present when you opened the lock at the depot.
No, I'm saying I did that in error because of Pangase's notes. But when I did take Governor and Mkize's statement, nowhere does it say they were present when we opened the lock. My point being, Commissioner, there's no deception.
Are you saying he made these allegations in this paragraph under duress?
I'm not
Is
saying
that
under
what you're
duress, but I'm
suggesting?
saying I took a statement from him freely and voluntarily, and it says otherwise. Can maybe we look at that, Commissioner?
Yes, no,
can't-
I said you
yes.
can refer us to it.
Okay.
But maybe before you do that, can we at least accept that we are talking about a signed statement
That's correct.
from Governor?
Yes, that's correct.
So he indicated, in fact, it is under oath.
Yes.
He indicated under oath that which he describes there is in fact his testimony under oath in this statement.
I'll just hear from the evidence leader which file this.
Okay.
Chair, Commissioner Baloyi, might it assist to go to the other statement? Then perhaps I don't know what point the Colonel wants to make.
I think he's asking you to assist him locate that
It's
other
page
statement.
267.
It sounds like Commissioner Kuma.
Work today is broken. We're all working in too many disconnected apps, and it's killing team productivity. But for the first time, there's a
First Governor statement. The one you are discussing is the second Governor statement. So I guess, Colonel, you can keep your finger on one of them while you discuss the other so you don't lose. Those are the two Governor statements that we have. And then perhaps then you may address yourself to Commissioner Baloyi.
Okay.
Listening?
Okay. Commissioner, may I read paragraph 5 of page 627?
Yes, you may.
Sergeant Mkize and I, together with other DPCI members, transferred these black bags from the container into a H1 marked state vehicle that I was driving. I counted 27 such bags. We were escorted by Lieutenant Colonel Jacob and his team to Isipingo SAP, where we assisted in offloading the black bags. The DPCI members were busy counting the yellow and black bricks of suspected cocaine when we left the scene. From my observations, each bag contained approximately 20 such bricks. We then left the scene and proceeded with our normal duties.
Yes, and you say that says what?
It says that he noticed 20 That's what he's saying, approximately 20 bricks in each bag. And Commissioner, I want to further add that no policeman involved in something of this nature will not write up their pocketbook properly to say what they had done on that day.
You see, I raise this with you because in your statement at paragraph 25, you say, we proceeded with the count of the bricks of cocaine with the police border members.
Yes.
It's not the same as what you're reading in paragraph 5.
Yes.
He's saying you were counting. He left when you were counting. That's what he says in the one that you're referring to. But you're saying something completely different in your paragraph 25. You say, we proceeded with the count of the bricks of cocaine with the border police members.
Yes.
So you are involving them in the counting in that paragraph 25.
Yes, and like I'm saying, Commissioner, they may not have been part of the physical counting. There's only so many people that can handle exhibits, but they were there. They conveyed.
He says he left when you were counting. The statement that you refer to assist you, it says he left when you were counting. Your statement says he was involved with the counting. Do you not see
I
and
said
understand?
when we proceeded to start counting, Commissioner.
You say what?
We proceeded to start counting.
With the border police members?
They were there. The fact that they chose to
No,
leave, Commissioner, is not-
Colonel. We've had a long 2 days with you. You state in your statement you counted with the border police members. That's what you convey. My English is not that bad. Trust me, it's not that bad. You convey in that first line that you counted with the border police members. That's what that line says. And until one reads something different, the only meaning of your sentence is Governor and Mkhize were involved, were part of the count. And Governor says, in the one statement, he says, we offloaded the bags and we left. But he says the same thing in even more words. In the one that you referred to, he says, we offloaded the bags and left when the police were counting. So he doesn't include himself in the count.
This is a statement he furnished me, Commissioner,
Okay.
under oath.
All right, thank you. And then lastly, can I, in fact, two last questions. And the one is just to make sure that I have correctly understood your evidence. In the time after the exhibits are deposited at Port Shepstone, from that date on, you did not have anything to do with these exhibits. You never came to know what's in that room, how many are in that room. Physically, you've never walked in to check, nothing. You had nothing to do with the physical exhibits in the entire time until they were stolen. Yes, your last engagement with the physical items was at Isipingo outside the police station.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And then lastly, and I promise you this is lastly, I still don't understand, and it might be that I need you to say it again so I understand the explanation properly. You returned to the container on the 1st of July. And it's not clear, so it's not clear to me why you returned, because on the 22nd, you got the consignment that you were told was in the container. You were told 27 bricks. I think that's what you all expected. It's 27 bricks. As it turns out, it's 27 bags, I think. So you all are happy and good. In fact, your informant, crime intelligence, has left. He's happy that, in fact, what he had been informed was coming through. It has been found. You're done. When you go back, you say, why do you go back?
To the container.
Yes.
True.
And remember that your evidence is you also looked around, you did a pick, that's what you tell us, that you did do an eye observation of the container and you were satisfied that you got everything. Why do you go back?
Okay, it's a norm that we sealed the container, we went back, and I think I explained previously, there were 50 kilogram bags, which confirmed what the packing list said. Now, if I had noticed that there were 10 bags short, 10 50 kilogram bags, then we're looking at a 500 kilogram deficit within your load. If there were 10 bags short, then it would lead me to draw the inference that it's possible the consignee knew about this because they're supposed to be expecting a certain number. Now there are 10 bags short, which amounts to the weight that that cocaine would have taken up. Because remember, containers are weighed as well to see whether it corresponds with what the documentation says. So that's the purpose of doing that further unpack. Firstly, to check there's no additional drugs. Secondly, to see if the packing list corresponds, to see if the consignee is being honest with us. So it's purely for that, for the sake of being thorough. That's the only reason.
The reason I ask and that I'm still confused and not clear about why you would go back is because in the way that you explain your return there and what you did there, it looks like you just went to count the numbers. You had a paper which tells you there's supposed to be 5395 bags, and then you're not customs, you're SEPS. You go back to verify that indeed there's 5395 bags, and from that you're satisfied. Your operation is done, shut, you got everything, and you leave. It doesn't make sense to me? Something doesn't make sense there? That you would go back just to go and count the bags?
What exactly doesn't make sense to you? Maybe I'll
You are looking for cocaine, counting the bags and finding that there are 5395 doesn't tell you anything.
Not merely counting, it's also inspecting to see that.
So you took them out. You took the bags out and inspected them. Is that what you're saying?
Not every bag, a few bags would have been inspected. A few bags would have been inspected. In fact, those bags were such that as you're handling them, you can see a little bit inside of them, you know?
So if there's a few bags, you don't have intel that there's more, right? So you're just a random police officer who is searching. You now tell us, in your statement, you don't say, in fact, I think what you explained earlier, you say, in fact, your statement says, I proceeded to the CHC depot. I had arranged the clearing agent to be present to unpack the container, and we conducted a count of the animal feed. They amounted to 5395, which corresponded with the packing list. This further corroborated the rip-off methodology. The container was then officially released. So on your own statement in paragraph 35, all you went to do, or what you did on the scene, was to count the bags. And that's what I say, it doesn't make sense that a police officer would go back to a container only to go and count how many bags there are. And on the paper it says 5395, and you say, good, the container can go. That doesn't make sense at all.
I'm not sure what.
And it doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem like sensible police conduct and use of time. At the very least, it doesn't seem to be. And so, let me put to you that it suggests to me at least, because it doesn't make sense, it suggests to me that there has to be another explanation why you did this. Either appearances of an investigation, you knew you got the 27 bonus bags, you thought it was bricks, you got the 27, so you knew you've got everything that your intelligence told you. You went there for another reason. Here you tell us I counted the bags, and I say that doesn't make sense. You would go back to count the bags. And then I want to suggest to you that at best, on the most charitable possible explanation, you went back for appearances of conducting an investigation when in fact there was actually no investigation you were conducting. These drugs were always destined to be stolen. And you knew that. You knew there's a plot about these drugs, and now you are just going through the motions so that you can show up a diary and say, see, we were doing an investigation, we were serious about this. That's what I suggest it looks like to me.
Commissioner, it's the norm in every rip-on, rip-off load to do what I had done. So if that's your insinuation with regards to me, then I think I won't take it personally. I would assume you'll have the same
Yes.
stance on
I'm saying that's what it looks like to me.
But I'm saying to you, it's the norm. It's
Okay.
the norm.
Keep in mind, we don't have evidence here of other instances. If you want, you can file an affidavit with the evidence leaders, which gives us all the other instances, a supported affidavit, where that is the practice. Right now, I'm working off what you have told us in your statement, why you went back, and it doesn't make sense to me what you say in the statement, and then I try and find an answer to the why would he go back? This doesn't make sense. What could be the real reason that he went back that he's not telling us? And I land at, given the facts of what happened here, from the time you first opened, in fact, from the time you called Sibia to come and join you, and you spoke to Nuswa and not your commander, and you made the decision, unsatisfactorily explained decision to move these exhibits from the depot to Isipingo, that you allowed these things to be moved without being bagged, without being sealed, to be transported to Port Shepstone. Your failure to act, to speak at the very least to your commander when he tells you that there was an attempted burglary, the sampling that doesn't make sense, that idea to sample and how it is conducted, that by telephone you tell Mpangase, who is a warrant officer, to get a sample, send it to the lab. Your discussion with Tsedi about destroying these exhibits even before investigations are completed, the failure to invoke the authority of your superior to get you lab attention to deal with these exhibits, and finally your failure to even speak to him when you are told there was an attempted burglary, and you're excusing yourself by saying, well, it was his to deal with, he's my superior, I couldn't ask him to try and do something about it. All of that, all those facts and more that I'm listing to you suggest to me that any semblances, any appearances of investigation that are contained in this diary, that you and I agreed yesterday that it's actually on the face of it, not, we shouldn't take it at face value because it contains a reconstruction of facts after the event, a misrepresentation. It has dates of entries where we know the entry was not made on that day. We didn't know until you testified. So nothing that is here in that diary is reliable, and I'm suggesting to you that my view, the impression I have gained from this is these recorded investigations in the diary, and you're returning to that place on the day when there was no detention order. There was no detention order when there are rules about how you go about issuing an instruction to detain. You didn't do that. You release it. When it was under SARS, you say, I didn't know it was under SARS. I'm saying all of those facts, they lead me to the impression that your visiting that place on the 1st of July was again part of a scheme of creating the impression that there was a real investigation, when in fact there was no investigation at all that was going on. You were just going through the motions. You can, that's the last thing I get to say. You can comment.
Commissioner, once again, I'll say to you, it's the norm to go and unpack a container. You're entitled to your view. I think I've said more than enough regarding all of those issues that you alluded to. And I don't think there's much more I can say to change your opinion. You're entitled to it. But I will still stand by it. There's no semblance of an investigation, no such thing. If you had to compare my inquiry with every other rip-on, rip-off load, you will notice mine is much more, there's much more investigation done. And even, Commissioner, I would have thought that the commission would have familiarized themselves with the nature of these cases to see if indeed this is something that's a red flag to go and unpack a container just to verify that there's nothing else there, that the packing list corresponds. I don't know what would lead you to believe that it's a semblance
I've invited you to give us a statement that sets out all that procedure that you're talking about, because we've listened to many witnesses about these kind of activities, about operations, drug busts. We've listened to many witnesses explaining, including witnesses that have participated. It's the first time, and maybe that's why I even waste 5 minutes on it, that I hear, that witness has come here and said, we search and then we go back to the container to search again. So I'm inviting you to feel free to file a further statement that sets out that where that procedure is contained, that allows you, whether it's oral, verbal, practice, you tell us, and then you list cases where you say that has been done after the initial search, and we ordered that the container be detained. These were the facts, and we went back and searched. I'm sure we will not reject that kind of affidavit, and it's only fair that you file it if you have something like that.
Okay, Commissioner, I'll look for that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I always say you can't manage what you can't see. Monday.com shows you the full picture like that. Statuses.
I said I've completed my questions. However,
May I quickly ask mine?
oh yes, if it's a question, Chair, I thought you were closing the.
Thank you. It's just on one issue. The number of questions will depend on your responses, Colonel. Colonel, this relates to what you say in paragraph 9 of your statement, the statement prepared for the commission. There you say Umlazi is 11 kilometers away from the depot, which I saw as a risk, and we were working in an uncovered area of the depot. And my sense, I think, when you substantiated on this was basically that you feared that people from Umlazi might descend on the scene and forcibly take away the drugs. That was my sense.
Yes, that's always a possibility.
I'm correct.
You are correct.
Yes. I assume that there must be quite a lot of searches and seizures in that area, the CHC depot. I assume so. Surely this was not an isolated incident.
The ones I'm aware of, Commissioner, was the one of Warrant Officer Sanders and this one.
But surely it could not have been. It just could not have been.
You said, Chair, there could not have been just
I'm
two.
saying I would be very surprised if this was the only search and seizure at the CHC depot, even if you yourself are not aware of any others. I would be very surprised.
No, there ought to have been.
There ought to have been, yes. Now, in your experience, have people from Umlazi ever descended on a crime scene and forcibly taken whatever it was that was discovered at the crime scene, in your experience?
Can I answer that in two parts, Chair? The volume of this made me consider the risk factor attached to it, the magnitude of this, the value of this drugs recovered. So there's only two major drug busts that I'm aware of at CHC. That was the first one of the Mandrax, 547 kilos, and this was...
Okay, that's the first part. Second part?
Yeah, so it's only two of those. So
I'm saying you said you're going to answer my question in two parts. So the second part of answering me.
Just repeat the question. I lost
Sorry.
I lost my train of thought, Chair. Could you please?
And I'm happy that I did not disturb you. You lost it on your own. All right, but that was not my question anyway.
Yes.
My question was, have people from Umlazi ever descended on a crime scene at the CHC depot
Not that I'm aware.
and removed whatever it was that was discovered when a search and seizure was conducted?
Not that I'm aware of, Chair.
Okay. Now, so your fear was based purely on surmise, pure surmise.
Yes.
There's a township close by, and those people from the township just might come here and forcibly take this suspected cocaine from us. Mere surprise, people from the township, up on the hill.
You know,
I happen to know where Mlazi is.
Commissioner, that's always a real concern of any policeman, when you do a seizure of this nature. That's always a concern, your security issues. And we'd be fools to think that in every situation you are...
Isn't there a residential area? I think there's a residential area before you go up and reach Mlazi, up at the top. Isn't there another residential area somewhere?
Bingo.
Yes.
Yeah, yes.
There is.
Yes.
So you suspect the people from Mlazi and not the people from Spingo?
I'm not profiling, but it's known. It's a high-risk area, Chair. I'm saying every attack that ever happened, either on police for even
You know, people who deal in substances like cocaine, heroin, and all that are usually the so-called sophisticated people. So your fears and so on, and because part of your suspicion seems to be based on the quantity.
Yes.
So that must mean that you thought that the people from Umlazi just might get wind of the fact that there's this big bust here.
That's correct, Chair.
That's true of the people in Isipingo as well. And as I say, the so-called more sophisticated looking people are by and large the people that are involved in this sort of thing. Or am I also profiling?
Chair, what I would want to say, when all comes to light, at some point when arrests are made, I think then we all will be enlightened as to why my concerns were also a little valid. I won't go into in depth.
But the important point is that you are not able to say that people from Umlazi ever descended on CHC to forcibly remove drugs or any other thing discovered in a bust or after a search and seizure or pursuant to a search and seizure. That's the important thing. So you just assume that the people up on the hill just might do that. Pure surmise.
Now I realize, Chair, what I was thinking of earlier.
Now, that's one of your... Oh, you just remembered something. Yes, yes. Oh, yes.
I'm saying every attack that ever happened, whether it be policemen robbed for firearms or policemen robbed for monies that they were carrying, which happened not too long ago, was at some stage not heard of. Every attack had, or every type of incident, there had to be a first time for everything. So although it may not have happened, it's a risk that we have to consider, because there certainly would have been attacks on police, certain robberies on police for their firearms and things that would have been a first in that area, would have been a first for a certain scenario. So as much as it had not happened before, I can't say that there's no risk of it happening based on the value of those exhibits, and more especially, Chair, like I said, compounded by the fact that we didn't have enough exhibit bags. The station was only 4 kilometers away. Those were the factors in my mind. And I agree with you. I can't say with certainty that there would have been an attack.
And you are not aware of an attack since?
No, I'm not aware of an attack. I'm not aware of a large amount.
So meaning that if you are the one to conduct a bust, you will always, in the vicinity of Mlazi, you will always conduct it differently because you are fearful of Mlazi.
No.
Yes or no?
Commissioner.
So whenever you are involved, you'll go there, quickly remove the drugs and take them wherever you consider safe, maybe Sipingo.
No, Chair.
Yes.
I'm saying when we go into these type of locations, we
Yes.
go with adequate manpower. We go with a tactical team, you go with enough vehicles, you go with members armed with rifles.
Then that raises another question. Why did you not do exactly that on this occasion? That's not an answer. Why did you not do that on this occasion as well? You just call Mbanga, say, that's one person, and you say, hey, is KG there? And KG happened to be there, and that was all. And then it was just the three of you. And yet you know, as you sit there and as you say now, that the proper thing to do is to go to a crime scene like this. You're not going to a crime scene involving maybe the theft of a case of beer. No. It's a crime scene involving cocaine, a drug bust, serious crime. You do not go there with the necessary manpower. Did you have a reason for not doing so?
Chair, I think if I was at the office, not I think, if I was
No,
at the office.
did you have a reason for not doing so?
It's because I was on vacation leave, I didn't attend to all.
What on earth does that mean?
If I was
What
at the
on earth?
office.
Because to get manpower, even if you are not physically at the office, there's the convenience of a telephone.
Yes.
You could have made calls and you could have spoken to someone who could, if you could not do it yourself, someone who could mobilize the necessary resources.
Yes, you're correct, Chair.
So you've not answered my question then. Why did you not do that? Why did you not make sure that you had enough resources in terms of police officers?
Yes. I think compounded by the fact, Chair, that I didn't know what we were getting into. I just knew it was container.
You knew that you were going to a drug bust. You knew that. And it was so important to you that you even said that I came out of leave because it's something quite important to each and every police officer. It's an ego boost. I'm paraphrasing, but that was the essence of what you said. So it's something quite crucial. And leaving aside the ego boost, this is a drug bust. Again, it's not going to a crime scene involving the theft of beer. It's quite something quite serious. Why did you not mobilize and get other police officers so that you would not be concerned about Mlazi? Because my sense is that had you had enough police resources, you would not have cared about Mlazi. Am I correct?
You're correct.
So why did you not organize enough people to secure the area?
Our tactical team, Chair, was out on that day. They were out.
Surely I find that difficult to believe, because that would have been the first thing you say once I started engaging you. I'm asking this question now for the third time. I find that very hard to believe.
It's also in my affidavit or my info note that somewhere I did write that. I even considered calling our tactical team out, but I know they were out on that day. That is why they even took a long time to get to where we were at Isipingo.
But are you saying that, I know that the technical team is a specialized team, but are those the only police officers that could have given reinforcement? Are those the only ones?
Chair, Isipingo's got less manpower. You see, even in Warrant Officer Sanders' statement, he states that Perumal told him we don't have enough manpower.
Do you not get resources from other police stations when it's necessary?
Yes, we do, Chair.
And sorry. And you had maybe saying luxury of time, but I'll still use that. You actually had the luxury of time, because it's not as if that container was going to be spirited away from the CHC depot. So you could have contacted other police stations to get the necessary manpower. Could you not have?
I could have, Chair.
Why did you not do it? So it's not an excuse to say that your own at Isipingo were not at Isipingo, had gone on whatever. So that's not an answer to my question. Why did you not reinforce from elsewhere?
Chair, even the response time when it comes to these units, when you want this tactical support, it's not at the drop of a hat that you make a call and now within 10, 15 minutes.
So you don't even try. So you don't even try. You go there, it's you, it's Mpangase and Ksibia. So that's your choice. And you know that Mlazi, which you fear, is close by. You choose to do that instead of trying to get reinforcements. Because you never know. Trying, maybe you could have gotten reinforcement, for all you know as you sit there. You can't say, I did not try just because it's not a case of getting reinforcement within 15 minutes. You did not know for a fact whether you could or you couldn't. And add to that what I said earlier, which is that in a sense you had the luxury of time because it's not as if that container was going to be spirited away.
Yes, I can't dispute that, Chair. I took a decision.
So you just rushed in with 3 people. One of them, as Commissioner Baloyi indicated, knows nothing about this sort of operation. Just 3 of you rushing in. And then perchance being assisted by the ORS subs members.
Yes. Chair,
perchance.
Yes. You know, Chair, I would not, and I can say this with confidence, I would not have moved to Isipingo station if those uniform members were not there. Because I know, obviously, then it's a red flag. It's just the 3 of us from one unit.
No. Now you are talking about what happened at the tail end. I'm engaging you about what happened at the beginning. Let's not go to the tail end. I'm not there.
Yes, I didn't ask for any backup. I could have. I did not.
And my sense is that you had no reason not to.
Once again, it's
Let's forget about this thing about it's not a 15-minute thing and so on. You basically had no reason not to.
It's the time issue. That's all I can say.
Tell me about the time issue.
Just that I know in experience, by the time you call a certain commander, then he directs you to somebody, then you phone that member, and then he mobilizes his guys. It's only when you give them prior notice. That's how the police works. It's
so
not,
you, back to my question, so you choose not to even try. I will leave it at that.
I chose not to.
I'll leave it at that. Now, from where I'm sitting, it seems to me that the Umlazi issue was not really an issue because you either ought to have gotten reinforcement or tried to. And if it was to be an issue, it would only be an issue if you had tried and failed, and then you say, I'm here, there's Mlazi here, I fear Mlazi, then I must rush away. Otherwise, that situation that you are fearful of is self-created. Self-created in the sense that you have not taken necessary steps to ensure that you have reinforcement.
Yes, I can accept
You
that.
accept that?
Yes.
All right. Now, what I want to add to this thing about the fear of Umlazi not making sense to me, what I want to add to that is this. Yesterday when I engaged you, you accepted that you could have had the container removed because when you were engaged by Ms. Sillo today, you said you didn't have much space on the door side of the container. I think you said it was only 2 meters and that there was a lot of whatever it was behind. So just 2 meters from the doors of the container. When I engaged you yesterday, you accepted that you could have gotten the container. Within the CHC depot, and that once there, you could have done the necessary cordoning off, and then you could have been able to conduct the search and seizure in a proper manner. Do you remember accepting that yesterday?
Yes, I do, Chair.
So when you look at those two issues, the fact that the Umlazi issue does not make sense, and to which right at the tail end of that debate you said you accept everything that I'm suggesting to you. So when we look at that, and we look at the fact that you could have removed that container and then you could have been able to do the search and seizure properly with no impediments, it makes all the other reasons that you gave yesterday to pale into insignificance. Do you accept that?
I don't want to argue with you. I'll accept it.
You accept that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Just very quickly, Colonel, if I may, and this is because I think you either have taken Commissioner Baloi's offer or you have undertaken to do so, to provide a statement explaining processes, prescripts governing such an engagement where you go back to the container in the manner that you did on the 1st of July. You remember that? Yes. I think, I don't know, I hope it will help you, that it might not be a useful, particularly useful exercise. Why don't we try it this way, rather? We see at your paragraph 35, you say on the 1st of July 2021, you proceeded to the depot to go count the 5,395 bags, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that in none of the statements, none, that that are included in the inquiry file, do you speak of that exercise of the 1st of July? Would you like me to take you there?
Yes, because it yielded nothing. It was basically handing over a container. There was nothing significant to write a statement about. It's not done.
No, you were not handing over a container, you were searching a container. You were counting, you went inside the container to go count, and that's how you get to the conclusion there are 5,395 bags. You satisfied yourself, and you alleged, then you released it. So you did something to that container.
Yes.
You engaged with it in some form or other. Yes. I'm saying you have about 5-6 statements in the inquiry and in the docket, which are all before this commission. None of them references that activity. Why is that?
There's no need. I mean, whose benefit would that statement be to?
Whose benefit does it serve for you to come tell the commissioners about this activity here now?
I did it. That's
why
I'm saying
who does it benefit this time now?
I'm not sure who it benefits, but I did it.
It benefits you because you are aware that your presence on the pier that day, the depot, will have to somehow be answered at some point, and you are anticipating that. And that is why you include it here in this statement. You go so further, so much as to tie in the mega freight clearing agent in that exercise of the 1st of July. Yet, that is one person you never took a statement from. If this happened, and if he was present, you would have obtained a statement from him, but you never did. So what exactly went down on that day? It's something you subsequently thought of, and you were thinking who to lay it, at whose doorstep to lay it.
Commissioner, I mentioned the clearing agent that was present when this exercise was conducted.
Okay, let's go to the clearing agent.
Did I fabricate or did I imagine him?
He's got a statement here. He says, I was never there.
No, he was there.
Okay, so he's not telling
What
the
does
truth.
his statement say? Can you read it out?
Okay. Let's go to page 595. That's the first statement.
595.
That statement at 595 is the first statement. An earlier one dated May 22. You see that?
Yes.
Yeah. And he doesn't reference that visit on the 1st of July, you see?
Was he asked about it, Commissioner?
I don't know. I didn't drop this statement.
Then I can't answer. I'm saying he was there. The statement doesn't
But you
even
never
talk to
asked him because he's not in your docket. He's
I
not in
didn't
your
need a
inquiry.
statement from him. No, I don't agree with this, Commissioner.
Okay.
Yes.
Now let's go to 654. Let's go to page 654. At page 654, the same person, that mega freight agent, at paragraph 3 states, I was not aware of the inspection that allegedly took place at the CHC container depot on the 1st of July 2021, as I was not informed. Don't suggest that I made him say that. That is from 2025. I didn't even know this matter will come up.
Commissioner, the warehouse manager can confirm what I'm saying. It wasn't just me in isolation.
Okay. Now, that is the challenge, and that is why I say when you say you promise Commissioner Baloyi that you are going to bring this statement, that is Ms. Pillay, right?
Yes.
It does sound, what happened, I say, is exactly as Commissioner Baloyi described. There is not even a stitch of a document that records what went down on the 1st of July. For that, we will go to Ms. Pillay, who you rely on. Let's go to page 577. At 577 is Ms. Pillay's first statement. If you go to 578 at paragraph 7, she says on the 1st of July, these members were present. And an official from Mega Freight was present, unnamed. This is dated the 6th of July, 2027. 2021. And this is a statement you took. But the statement you did not take is of that Mega Freight agent. You never took that statement. It's a fact.
Yes, I did not.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, if you go to 654.
You confirm that you took this Pillay statement?
Yes, it looks like I did.
Thank you.
Let's go to 654. And it's Miss Pillay. No, sorry, 582, 582. 582. That's Miss Pillay's second statement, 582. If you look at that statement at 583, that's of the 13th May 2022, less than a year later.
Yes.
And in this statement, she says, it's a further statement. She references the one we just went through. No, she speaks of your visit on the 22nd of June 2021, and that's at paragraph 3. You see that?
Yes.
And then she doesn't reference your visit of 1st July.
Once again, this statement is taken by somebody from the investigation team. Was she even canvassed about the 1st of July?
I'll take that to be a rhetorical question. Huh? You're not asking me that. I am saying, in fact, I think there is a third yet statement by Ms. Pillay. I will locate it. But in the interim, I want us to go to the investigation diary. In your investigation diary, starting at page 800, this is the entry you made at page 803. At the bottom of page 803, against the date 1st July 2021, second point, you have listed them there. You say first, you say you went with Mpangase and Sibia. Second, Team Flower Day of Mega Fright present.
Yes.
That's what you note.
That's what I know.
But that's the one person you still don't get.
I didn't need
Yes.
a statement from him, yes.
And gets back to the issue we discussed in the morning at 8:04. You say at 7, container resealed. You even claim you resealed the container here. That's the third seal I said I'm looking for.
Yes.
And you couldn't explain where that seal is. But your investigation diary suggests that you actually resealed that container,
Yes.
which is not true.
If I wrote the container was resealed, it would have been resealed.
I asked where, in all your statements and all these statements, even during your inquiry, you consistently provide 2 seal numbers. The original seal number of the container as you broke it on the 22nd of June. The second seal number that you replaced the first with after you took the drugs.
Yes.
But then you went and opened on the 1st of July. That's what we started with this morning.
Yes.
On the 1st of July, did you resell? And it was Rick Marrow, you didn't remember, maybe you did. Then you, I think, eventually said, no, you did not seal because you are releasing the container. But your investigation diary suggests that you actually resealed.
Yes, okay.
So I am saying this point makes the point that this investigation diary is absolutely unreliable. I agree with Commissioner Baloy. It's manufactured fact in all this diary, post-fact.
No.
And I'll tell you why I say it's manufactured as well. Let's page through it. Yesterday we discussed 24-hour inspection by your senior that you have at your page 803.
Yes.
And before, that's conducted by you. Thereafter, the next one is at page 807. That is by Nandlal. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. That is prompted by you, the investigating officer. Above at 807, you have an entry on the 30th of July 2021. You say, Lieutenant Colonel Nandlal said, inquiry for inspection. Then he inspects. Then you go further. At 808, there, once again, it's you, inspecting officer, sir, midway. And then somebody here, the name is not clear, does an inspection. You said it was inspection by province, okay? And beyond that, you never subjected this investigation diary to any inspection. You last subjected it to inspection, I shouldn't lie to you, on the on what you said is the 16th of September 2021.
Commissioner, I'm trying to understand what you want me to respond to.
No, I'm saying this is not to be relied. This investigation diary is a fabrication. It's inconsistent with the evidence before us. I gave you the example of a seal. You say you resealed in this investigation diary, and you presented it on the basis that it contains notes contemporaneously made. Today, when you make a statement before this commission, you cannot address the question of the seal that you put on that container on the 1st of July. And I'm saying it's because it was never there in the first place. That's why you're having a challenge.
Okay, may I respond?
You note here, you reseal it, but you don't even provide a number.
Okay, may I respond?
Please.
Okay. Firstly, I could not have imagined an unpack of 5,395 50-kilogram bags.
I don't know. I wouldn't know that.
Secondly, the warehouse manager's statement. Nobody even asked her about the 1st of July. She merely comments on the 22nd of June. So how can we even consider that statement as a reflection of what transpired on the 1st of July? I did meet with this individual. I'm sure even if he's called or we check his phone records or find out, or even from the warehouse manager, about whether this occurred. Because remember, he had to come through with staff, with laborers, to physically unpack 5,395 bags. It couldn't have been me and 2 DPCI members that did that. They had done that. So if I say he was there, he was there. The warehouse manager is not disputing or confirming anything. She's silent on it because she wasn't asked about it. But I'm saying if I wrote that the representative, Tim Flaude, sorry for mentioning his name, from Mega Freight was here, this was the unpack that was done, And the reason I couldn't remember whether it was resealed, this happened nearly 5 years ago. I can't remember every single detail. But the fact now that I'm being painted as I'm lying about this entire incident, I take serious issue with that.
Okay.
And I feel the onus should not be on me now to prove that I'm telling the truth here. The onus should be on the commission. If you are alleging that I am lying about this, the onus should be on the commission to prove that I am lying. So far, what you have showed me is a statement from the warehouse manager, not even talking about the 1st of July, what happened there.
Yeah.
Obviously, we would have had to go through the warehouse manager to make these arrangements. So that statement tells me nothing.
Should we infer from what you're saying that she wasn't asked about the 1st of July, that's why it's not in her statement? With that, should we infer that you, in fact, asked her about the 1st of July? It wasn't an independent recollection, because in the one statement, you're saying had she been asked about the 1st of July, she would have said something. In your statement, she says something. Should we infer that you asked? That's why it's in a statement. It wasn't independent recollection.
You know, Chair, I can't even recall, this investigation until I looked at it, but I'm saying the bottom line is this. The warehouse manager ought to have been contacted to confirm indeed whether this incident occurred as per my investigation diary. The investigation team that had investigated this theft, who alleged that I am lying in this investigation diary, should they not have contacted Tim Flowerday and asked him whether he was there on this specific day? Should they not have checked his phone records to see if he was at CHC depot? Should they not have checked my vehicle tracker to see if I was there? Now I'm being painted to the whole country as though I'm a liar, I'm fabricating things, and I take serious issue. There's a whole lot of investigation that was done that is clearly swayed in a certain direction. Every time statements were taken, it's taken with the view of portraying me in a light as though I was part and parcel of this orchestrated placement of a container in Port Shepstone and the subsequent theft thereof. And I'm showing the Commission how statements were taken and individuals were not canvassed on certain issues. Now, we can't sit here today, and I'm saying I was with a certain individual at a certain warehouse, and you take a statement from a warehouse manager and nobody sees fit to ask her, did indeed this incident occur on that date? But now I'm being told I'm lying.
Maybe they did ask her, did you have any other engagement with Colonel Jacob after the 22nd? Maybe they did, we don't know. And that's why I asked the question, did you?
I'm about to lose my marriage because I never have time for my family.
Mike, I'll help you, but keep this to yourself, okay? The people who master AI
volunteered. You say she should have been asked. I don't know, maybe they should have asked her, but she didn't volunteer it, so it's not in her statement. I guess I'm just now intervening to say, well, maybe let's not put it higher than that it's not in her statement, and we have no explanation why it's not in her statement. And because of that, we have to test what you're saying. That's how it works. We have material in front of us, and we test it against what you say happened. And all that is happening now is to say to you, but if you were there on the 1st of July, how come Ms. Pillay says nothing about it? How come the Mr. Flowerday, whose name has been mentioned, says nothing about it? They both say nothing about it. And the only place that Ms. Pillay says anything about the 1st of July is in the statement taken by you. It matters to inquire further about it. Why is it in just your statement? Is it because you prompted it? Because clearly it doesn't seem like she remembered it independently.
Commissioner, I'm going to put this in layman's terms, right? If the Commission is alleging that this never occurred, there's no such incident of an unpack and this representative of Mega Freight was not there, at least he should have been asked, did you attend or did you go for an unpack at CHC Container Depot on the 1st of July, 2021 or 21. And also, the warehouse manager, Yes, I took a statement where I'm not sure how it came about, but yes, she talks about the 1st of July. So now it's the narrative of the commission that I somehow just fabricated this to cover my back. But should she not have been interviewed by an impartial or an objective party to ask her indeed on the 1st of July, was there such an incident? I'm sure something must be on the system. Mega Freight must have some sort of record of what transpired on that day. Now, for today, to portray me to the country as though I'm lying, I fabricated this, it shoots down my entire credibility and integrity. And I feel this is an ambush because it did occur. Nobody asked these individuals, did you go to CHC on the 1st of July? But I'm being told now that it never happened because there's no such statement. Did anyone
May I
even try
correct
to
you?
obtain a
You are making
statement?
assumptions. I do apologize for interrupting. You are making assumptions that nobody went to ask her. It's a wrong assumption. And I'm going to show to you that she was in fact asked. So you can explain it away some other way, but don't say that nobody went to ask her to test the correctness of her first statement. For that, let's go to 607. If you turn over, leave at 608, it's a statement of 1st of October 2025. And at paragraph 2, at 607, you see she references a request by Captain Mashau to give further clarity about paragraph 7 in my previous A66 statement. That paragraph 7 is that the paragraph in that statement of the 6th of July 2021, where she says, members of Hawks arrived, an official from Mega Freight was present. They indicated they want to verify the packing list. When the members had finished, the container was locked and another seal was placed on the container. That's what she said about 2 weeks after the seizure. She doesn't say, identify who the members of the Hawks were. She doesn't identify this official from Mega Freight. She doesn't give it a seal number. She doesn't do anything. So
Does the
no,
investigating officer...
let me finish. It's in that context you must read page 607 at paragraph 2, because it requests her to give further clarity about paragraph 7. You see what I'm reading?
Yes, I see.
Okay. Now, her response follows. I really cannot remember the Hawks members' names who came to our company on the 1st of July 2021 to verify that the packing list corresponded with the contents of the container. It's been long since the 22nd of June 2021 and 1st July 2021 to can safely say who were the members from the Hawks who visited our office, because on the day in question or in my statement, I did not mention their names. Now, my understanding of what I'm reading is she doesn't even have a record to prompt her memory in October 2025 and say, let me go to my files and see that visit of the 1st of July where these Hawks members came, because I, maybe stupidly on my part, would expect her to have had an entry regarding this particular container, that it was visited on the 1st of July by these Hawks members in the event of anything. To have identified in that document the Mega Freight agent that she references at that paragraph 7. And lastly, to provide the details of the seal that was then placed there, because she says it was sealed. What page 607 tells you that she says, I can't help you beyond what I've stated there. And it's because there is, my conclusion, no objective tool that can help prompt her memory.
You keep saying paragraph 7, you mean 2, or have you moved on?
No, paragraph 7 is paragraph 7 of the original statement.
Okay.
The paragraph 7 is at 578.
Okay, sorry.
This is the statement taken by Colonel Jacobs.
All right.
So Colonel Jacobs was suggesting that she was never asked about the detail of the Hawks people and the Mega Freight. And I'm saying at 607, it's a handwritten statement dated 1st October 2025, paragraph 2. It's paragraph 2 that specifically references that paragraph 7, and she says, I have been requested to give further clarity about that paragraph. Her response is, I cannot recall a stitch. She can only say so. She can't even say, I looked at my files and this is what I was able to glean from the files to remind myself.
I know you brought us to this statement to specifically respond to the
Indeed.
question whether this had ever been raised with her.
Indeed.
So indeed, it does appear that
Yes.
it was raised with her. But what's your understanding, Ms. Sillo, of the sentence, I really cannot remember the Hawks members' names who came to our company on the 1st of July 2021 to verify that the packing list corresponded with the contents of the container. What do you make of that?
What I make of it, she has got no record of that visit. Paragraph 7 does not identify those people. When she is required to provide specificity, somebody who is a manager responsible for that facility, who exercises control over commercial containers, would, I expect, be able to go to wherever they store their data, say, what container are we talking about and what date? I am going to pull out all documentation relating to that container as to what happened. That will give me the name of the Hawks members that came. I don't expect her to remember them off the top of her head. It will give me the name of the mega freight agent who I said in 2022 was present. I would have noted it. And it would give me the detail of the seal that was placed after this exercise. To all that she says, I don't remember, it was 4 years ago.
I read this to mean Hawks members did come, but I don't remember their names.
And that is my challenge.
Because I really cannot remember the Hawks members' names who came. So Hawks members came, but it's just that I don't remember their names. And if that is what this indeed means, then it supports what the Colonel is saying.
No, but
about that visit.
No, Chair.
Also,
Let me try my point again.
Yes.
This is now part of the Port Shepstone burglary investigation.
Yes.
The investigator is chasing up on the statements that were in the inquiry file. It is the investigator that obtains this statement, says, I have received, amongst others, your statement you made in July 2021. Please provide me details regarding paragraph 7.
Oh, okay.
That is the request.
Okay.
She then files this statement, says, I cannot remember anything, but I say they did come. That's all she can say. And I say my challenge is the fact that she is an official agent does not even have a record to refer her to, because I take it she's in charge of other businesses, containers and property, that she can't even refer to a recorded entry that would help her identify those members who came, the mega freight agent, and the seal that was placed. All this does is to confirm a very blunt statement that she made on the 6th of July. Commissioner Baloyi asked, so on the 6th, when she made the second statement, she has no independent recollection of this particular visit because she doesn't mention it in the second statement. She only mentions it in the statement that Colonel Jacob took. And that is what I would believe prompted the investigator in October 2025 says there are two statements. The one fact is missing from the second. Let me go to her and give her an opportunity to file a further one to clarify, and it takes the matter no further.
But isn't this a criticism of her and not of the colonel? The fact that she doesn't have independent records?
And in fact, it was not directed as to the colonel as such as a criticism. I am saying the inference I draw is the difficulty with what went down on the 1st of July 2021. Nobody seems to have an official record, notwithstanding the fact that Colonel Jacob's own diary says we resealed. But if you say, give me the details of the seal, nobody seems to have it. That is the criticism of what went down that day and what was recorded. It is very poor, and it's what creates these difficulties.
Before you ask your next question, Ms. Sillo, May I just invite the Colonel to comment on the debate we've just had?
Yes, Chair, I'm happy he does.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, to the Commission, you know, I think that you guys are obviously have the intellectual capacity to see what I'm saying now. Can you see who took?
I'm
sorry,
laughing.
I think I'm getting a little.
I'm laughing at the reference to us as guys.
You know, Chair, you can see who commissioned the statement, right? Who the statement was obtained by. Does anywhere in the statement they even ask this warehouse manager, did Mega Freight representative come to the warehouse? All the statement says is that she can't recall our names, but Hawks members came there. Nothing further. This is the quality, this is the string, that the theme that runs throughout this entire investigation directed towards myself. Shoddy investigation, statements that are vague. This tells us nothing, but it seems to be the reason I'm being called out as a liar. This tells us nothing. Why couldn't someone approach the guy from Mega Freight himself, who I claim was there? And let's hear what he has to say about this. Nobody's canvassed him on that. It's a vague statement, and now I'm being painted as an untruthful or a liar. And like I'm saying, if commissioners, you can see the statement. What does it tell us? What sort of a statement is this? It talks to what I've been saying, that all this entire investigation, there's one central theme. They've already got a predetermined conclusion in mind, and every statement that has been taken, we don't expect statements of this quality from DPCI head office, statements of this quality. I may have messed up my crime scene, but if you look at my statements, I try and put some content into my statements. These statements here, especially investigating the theft of over 200 million rand worth of drugs, and now to tell the country that I am involved based on shoddy investigation like this, I'm just expressing my dissatisfaction.
For the record, the agent was approached and he provided a statement. We dealt with it earlier.
But he was not asked, sorry, Commissioner, I'm saying, was he asked about the 1st of July? His statement tells me nothing about the 1st of July.
If you go to 654, that's his statement. 654. That's a statement dated 27 October 2025. It's handwritten.
Yes.
Do you see it?
Yes.
At paragraph, are you there yet?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. At paragraph 3, he says, I was not aware of the inspection that allegedly took place at the CHC container depot on the 1st July 2021, as I was not informed. That's what he says.
No, you know, seriously, Commissioner, this is my response. Sorry to just talk out of turn. I feel he was confused maybe about the day of the search, because this was taken in 27 October 2025, the statement. And if you look at it, it's taken by the same individual that I claim to be doing shoddy investigation. So now, he must be confusing, because he's talking about, I was not aware of the inspection that allegedly took place at the CHC container depot. He's probably confusing the inspection where we recovered those drugs. Not.
He says the first of July.
Yes, I'm saying,
Let's
yes,
not do
Commissioner,
that.
I hear you. I'm saying the statement was taken in 2025. He probably does not remember that the 22nd of June was the date of the recovery, and the 1st of July is the day that he came through for an unpack. Because, you see, he talks here, I was not aware of the inspection that allegedly took place at the depot on the 1st of July, right? I also attached the process.
Well, remember you said your complaint is he wasn't asked. I think that's why we've opened. No. We've been referred to this. You said the statement taking or the investigation is so shoddy.
Yes.
They didn't even ask him about the 1st of July.
Yes.
And we are referred to it for the to simply point out that, yes, but his statement does say something about the 1st of July.
Yes, and I'm saying this, Commissioner, once again. This statement is taken on the 27th of October 2025 by the very same individual that I am alleging is always taking shoddy statements. So if I read this, I'm going to read it, right? I was not aware of the inspection that allegedly took place, paragraph 3, at the CHC container depot on the 1st of July 2026, as I was not informed. I also attached the process that will follow in case a container is being detained for inspection. As the cargo stop agency, I must be contacted if the client container is being detained. So he's talking about the actual day of our search of that container, the 22nd of June. I put it to you, to the commission here, that if this individual is engaged, he was either misled somehow, but if you read this, you can see he clearly is talking of the date of the seizure of those drugs.
May
He's a
I assist you, because in truth, I just made you zero in on paragraph 3, because
Yes.
I was interested in the date.
Yes,
But let's test what you are saying by looking at paragraph 2.
yes,
Paragraph 2 says that, whatever I understand, that I would like to further my statement I submitted on a previous occasion. So there's a recognition that there's a statement that precedes this one, correct?
yes.
Then he proceeds, I only attended the inspection of the container that was found with drugs at CHC Warehouse Container Depot on 24th June 2021. See attached document.
Yes,
So in paragraph 2, there is a recognition that the actual seizure was in June 2021. In paragraph 3, he deals with a different issue, which is the 1st of July 2020. So he appears to have an appreciation that there are two events here.
Okay, may I respond,
Yes,
Chair?
please.
There was nothing happening on the 24th of June. So my submission is this. You see in paragraph 2 where he says, I only attended the inspection of the container that was found with drugs at the CHC Warehouse Container Depot on the 24th of June 2021. See attached document, right? The way I read this, he was confused. He's talking, instead of 24th of June, they're supposed to read 1st of July. And later on, he's supposed to, they got the dates mixed up here. Because if you read it in context, what I'm saying makes sense. I'll leave it to the commission. You can read it, and I'm saying it's my submission that paragraph 2 is supposed to read the 22nd of June instead of 24th of June, because that's the date we did the seizure. And this other date here that he's got, I was not aware of the inspection that took place on the 1st of July. No, I think the statement, because it was taken in so many years later, and in 2025, he got his dates mixed up. And the statement is, if you look at it in context, it does not make sense. What happened on the 24th
No,
of June?
Colonel, there's no mistake about the date of the 24th. You have accepted, or at least you are not contesting, that he wasn't there on the 22nd. You keep talking about context. Context is, this is a further statement to the earlier, to the one statement, where he says, you opened the container without his presence and without him being informed on the 22nd. So
He says on the 24th.
no. There's a statement, earlier statement, where he has said, I wasn't there on the 22nd, I should have been there. And then here he says, this is a further statement. So we know the first statement.
Yes, I'm aware.
And then he says, I only went on the 24th of June. You were not there, right? On the 24th of June. You were not there, so you don't know what he's talking about when he says I was there. But this is a further statement. He's not making a mistake. Otherwise, if we accept what you're saying, that this is a mistake, then and you say instead of 24, it should be 22, then it means he was there on the 22nd. But on your own evidence, he wasn't. Mr. Flowerdale wasn't there. You have listed who was there. The depot, don't shake your head. You've told us the depot, ORS, and your people, depot people, and the person that you thought was customs, and we've cleared. There was no customs there. So that's on your statement. That's on Bangas's diary. There's no mention on the 22nd of an agent being there.
At GoDaddy, we know your website is the center of your online business. Help protect it from online threats.
Be referring to the 22nd. There is no mistake about it. So this is a further statement on the first one that says, I wasn't there on the 22nd. You didn't quarrel with that statement. You did not.
Yes.
If you quarrel with it, you quarrel with it only now. Where he says the 24th of June, he's not saying on the day of your inspection he was there. He's not saying that. And you say, you accept that he wasn't there on the day of the inspection. So he tells us, he introduces new facts. New fact is he went there on the 24th. We don't know what he did. right? He says, I went there on the 24th, and then he talks about the 1st of July. He says, I was not aware of the 1st of July inspection. And really at this point, they quarrel, if there's a quarrel, it's about the 1st of July. You claim he was there.
Yes.
He's filed a statement. He says, I wasn't there. And I think we're at a point where the commission, it's not a question of interpreting the statement. I think the statement is very clear what it's conveying. It's what do we do eventually with these conflicting accounts.
Yes. Okay, Commissioner, I'm calming myself down. I'm going to try and express myself so that you can understand. There's nothing that happened on the 24th of June for him to say that at CSC warehouse. It says here, I only attended the inspection of the container that was found with drugs at the CHC warehouse depot on the 24th of June 2021, right? No, I didn't engage with him on the 24th of June 2021. None of my members did. So clearly, there's some confusion with this date here because nothing happened on the 24th of June. That was 2 days after the bust. Then he goes on in paragraph 3 to say, I was not aware of the inspection that allegedly took place at the depot on the 1st of July, as I was not informed. Now, firstly, he's got the date on top wrong. Now, at the bottom, we've got the same captain that's obtaining his statement. And I'm saying to the commission that I think he confused this individual because he was present. And now you take his statement in 2025 in October. Obviously his memory is not that, fresh as to what transpired. So he's going to listen to the policeman who's taking his statement. And I'm saying to the commission, if you will allow me to get to the bottom of this, and I will furnish together with that previous request of yours, Commissioner Baloy, I will get to the bottom of this to show the commission that this can never be, and it will prove the recurring theme that I've been saying, that this investigation is orchestrated to point in a certain direction. I can put my neck on the block. This individual was there on the said day. Came through with laborers, we did an unpack, and if my investigation diary says that we resealed it, we resealed it. So I will get in contact with this company, I'll get to the bottom of this, but I take serious issue. You can see the dates, what happened on the 24th of June, there's nothing, but he talks about the 24th of June. So I'm saying to you, he was confused when the statement was taken, and once again it was taken with an objective in mind, and that's to somehow implicate me in this.
Thank you, Chair. That is the point I just wanted to clarify. Thanks for the indulgence. I know I'd said I'm done with my questions, but this time I truly am done. Thank you.
There's something I consider important and which I want to say. I want to tender an apology to the people of Umlazi. I meant to challenge the notion that they might descend on CHC depot to forcibly take the suspected cocaine. In doing that, I made an unfortunate assertion which implicitly meant that Umlazi people are unsophisticated. I will not go into what that term means. I should rather only have said, if the fear of forcible taking was sensible, even people from Isipingo could have descended on CHC depot and forcibly taken the suspected cocaine. I apologize unreservedly. Thank you. Are we now at the stage where I should...
I think so. Before we have to make other logistical arrangements, I think it's only proper to release the Colonel, yes, and thank him for availing himself.
Yes. Colonel, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
You are excused. Thank you.
Before the rest of us are excused, Chair, some housekeeping matters that we need to address. And the first, it's about tomorrow. The Chair will recall that on Monday, the 1st of June, General Sinona had been subpoenaed to appear, which he duly did, and the Chair stood down his testimony to Friday the 5th, which is tomorrow. Yesterday, on the 3rd of June, we received a communication from his attorneys advising that General Sinona's counsel is indisposed. She's taken ill, and she would not be able to attend tomorrow. The request had been for the commission to consider whether it could stand down Major General Sinona's testimony, as the letter states, to a later date in the week of the 8th of June, which is next week. The letter does make the point that General Sinona had been required to file his statement by the 2nd of June 2026, and it was done, and we as evidence leaders confirm the filing of the statement has been done. So what was outstanding was for him to appear tomorrow. If General Sinona appears tomorrow, it will only be after perhaps lunch, because we have another witness scheduled in the morning. And with the result that he will not finish, if he starts after lunch. So he would have to come back on a later date, possibly in that week of the 8th, to assure the commissioners that I happen to personally know the counsel that represents Major General Sinona. And I actually spoke to her on the phone. She had called me, and she did sound under the weather. She indicated that if the commission insists that that General Sinona be heard tomorrow, she'll just push through and come to attend. But the request is, to the extent that it is possible, a postponement of the general's testimony is requested. The